Welcome to the Salt Lake City Planning Commission. Today's date is October 25th, 2023. The Planning Commission consists of residents from each Salt Lake City district that are appointed in a manner providing balanced geographic, professional, neighborhood, and community interest representation. The Planning Commission reviews and acts on any changes to the city's general plans, small area plans, special studies, zoning ordinances, and zoning district maps. The commission also reviews and acts on planned unit developments, conditional uses, and certain subdivisions.
Mike, we can't hear you.
I can hear him. I can hear Mike just fine.
I can hear him as well.
Who said they can't hear?
That was Anya.
I'll text her.
Okay. Tonight, staff will be monitoring the virtual attendance and will call on and unmute attendance when virtual hands are raised during the public hearing. When commenting, please state your name for the record, speak clearly, keep your comments on topic and brief. Questions asked during a public hearing will not be answered during the public hearing. Rather, the commission may ask the applicant or staff to answer questions after the public hearing is closed, or ask city staff to follow up with you at a later time. We are meeting virtually tonight because of construction conflicts at the city county building. Hopefully we'll be back in our normal location for our next meeting. We will go ahead and do the report of the chair and vice chair. The chair has nothing to report.
The vice chair has nothing to report.
Does the director have a report?
I do not have a report. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. We will go ahead and move on to our 10-minute open forum. Does anyone from the commission have? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. I have become increasingly concerned over time with one of our standards for design review, which is chapter 21A 59.050. May I share my screen?
Does she have permission? Okay.
Turns out I can. And this is that actual standard of review. And just for Planning Commission's information, I would like to ask that, ask if it's appropriate at this time to ask the Planning Division to bring back to us at an appropriate time as soon as possible a motion to advise City Council, a proposal to advise City Council to remove this particular part of the standards for design review, which is actually part D, and the part that's highlighted here is the part that gives me the most pause. Let me explain just a minute. I do not think that these things, which are especially number 2, which is to modulate the design of larger buildings using a series of vertical and horizontal emphases to equate with the scale, heights, and widths of the buildings in the context and reduce the visual width of or height. I do not believe that this particular thing in general, or even in particular, causes a better building. And in fact, I think it creates on many occasions much worse buildings that have a lot of chaos in their facades. I believe that it would be worth trying to just get rid of this entirely, and allow architects the way to design a building that is composed well without a lot of chaotic vertical horizontal masses. There are many other parts of the design standards that take into account things like balconies and void of windows and doors, and I think those are enough. So I would like to request that the Planning Division bring back to us a proposal that we can vote on to forward to City Council to change this particular aspect of our design. Thank you.
Is this something that we need to make a motion and vote on in order for it to be considered by planning staff?
We can't take a vote on that tonight because it's not on the agenda, but
That's correct.
as a planning commission, you have the authority to initiate a text amendment. So if you want, you can ask staff to put that on the next meeting agenda to vote on initiating a petition.
Paul, can I just ask a question? I happen to agree with Bree in this particular circumstance, but how do we get a sense of how do we get a sense of whether the planning commission as a whole body would be open to such a change absent a motion and a vote?
Right. I think one, you could probably straw poll it because that's not an action.
Okay.
But you could also just kind of see what happens if we do put it on an agenda. I wouldn't have a problem or any heartburn with a straw poll right now.
Okay, thank you. I think that'd be useful just as a procedural thing. Not this is not about your comment in general, Bree. It's just so we don't waste staff time. If you were like,
Absolutely. No, I totally agree with you.
okay,
But Commissioner again. Sorry.
Commissioner Shear, would you like us to come back with a little bit more of a discussion about the standards themselves? Perhaps some background to kind of just
whatever the planning
talk about it
division
as
would
a
like to
commission.
come back with. I think that would be helpful. But I also am pretty clear on our experience that this is something that I've had trouble with for many years, actually, ever since I've been on the planning commission. I feel that it really causes a great deal of bad design in this city. There's a lot of complaints especially about these 4 or 5 story buildings with ground floor retail, that they are just ugly. And I have to agree that a lot of them are. And I would, if I, as an architect, if I pinpoint the reason that they are this way, it basically comes down to a level of over articulation, if I can say it that way. Way too much going on, way too many materials, way too many ins and outs and backs and forths, vertical stripes of all kinds, which are not part of any tradition of architecture. And so I think that we would just be better off without it. And if it comes to it, later on, we can say, well, maybe we need to do something else because things coming in are really not great. But this is not it. Whatever it is, this is not, in my opinion, this is not it.
Thank you so much for bringing that to us. Is the commission, I don't know if we'll be able to have something ready for the next meeting, but if you could be flexible with us to get that discussion.
I know that over the next few weeks, next few meetings, we have quite an agenda. And that's why in my initial ask, I said as soon as.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that because Paul said next meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Shear.
An upcoming meeting.
Wonderful. Thanks. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, can we take a straw poll to see if there would be support for this, or support for reviewing it?
Let me, go ahead and ask everyone. I'll call the roll here, whether or not everyone supports, yes or no, supports seeing this explored. Let's start with Commissioner Shear.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Berry.
I support learning more about it. Yeah. Okay.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
And Commissioner Bitten.
Yes.
Commissioner Gent.
yes.
And the chair also supports this, so we are all in support of exploring this further. So we will look forward to hearing more from staff on this in the future.
Thank you all very much for your consideration.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Scheer. Does anyone else have any business that they'd like to discuss? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. And just as a bit of information for some of the newer commissioners, one of the items is a time extension. What happens from time to time is that we approve an application, and the applicant, well, our approval is only good for 1 year, and the applicant has difficulties getting the project up and running and has to come to us to ask for another time extension. We usually put these on the consent agenda because there usually is not a need to discuss and further, but if there is any desire, we can remove this from the consent agenda. But otherwise, I am looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda, including the meetings or the minutes from the last 2 meetings.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to do so.
We need a second.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda from Commissioner Bitton and a second from Commissioner Scheer. We will go ahead and vote. And if anyone was missing from prior meetings, you can go ahead and state that you can approve the extension, but abstain from the approving the minutes. Commissioner Bitton.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Gent.
Yes, on the time extension, I have to abstain on both sets of minutes as I was absent due to work commitments.
The chair also votes yes. That gives us 8 yeses unanimously approving the time extension, and 7 yeses and 1 abstention on approving the minutes. We will go ahead and move on to our regular agenda. Our first item is the plan development for the Maven at approximately 777 South, 200 East. Case number PLN PCM 2023-00093. And Caitlin Harris is our planner.
All right, let me get this shared real quick.
Caitlin, while you're sharing that, Chair, if you don't mind if I jump in really quick, as we deal with the public hearing on a virtual basis, this is for everybody that would like to speak, excuse me, for each item. When the chair opens the public hearing portion, if you could hit that little button that has a hand on it, that will let us know that you would like to speak. Please only hit that hand during the public hearing portion for the item that you wish to speak on. So that will allow us to keep things a little bit more under control. Thanks.
And just on that note, please, when you are done speaking during the public hearing, if you could put your hand down, hit that hand again. Thanks. So we know that, so we don't call on you twice.
All right, it's going to be an adventure, guys. Okay, so this is for the Maven plan development as previously stated. Lovely. Why is it not? All right, we might have to do this a different way.
Katie Lynn, we did actually see your presentation. I'm not
Right,
sure
but
if
it
that
wasn't-
was the issue. It wasn't.
No, it wasn't
wasn't
advancing the
advancing.
slide.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so we'll try something different. So we'll just do it this way. We good? All right. So this is for the Maven. This is a small 3-story mixed-use building. There are 2 commercial spaces in the front bottom floor, and the back of the floor, that ground floor is like tenant amenities, like a bicycle room and that kind of thing. And then the upper 2 levels are comprised of 10 studio apartments. 2 of those units will be reserved for affordable housing. This also involves a shared parking arrangement. This property and the property to the south of it will be creating a shared parking lot that will have 11 stalls. It also has 4 bike spaces out front of this building specifically. The project request, the applicant is requesting relief from 4 zoning standards: the minimum lot width requirement, the minimum side yard setback for 1 side yard, the minimum front yard setback, and then also the maximum building height. And staff is recommending approval on this. So 2 of these requests are concern the lot size. The RB zone requires a minimum lot width of 50 feet for mixed use development. And this is an existing lot that only has 41 and a little bit feet wide. And as this lot is a little bit narrower than others, it made designing a little difficult. So they're proposing 2 6-yard setbacks on the side yards instead of 6 and 10 feet, which is what's required by the zone. The other 2 are related to the building design. The minimum front yard setback for the RB zone is 25 feet. They are proposing 6 feet of 6-foot setback, and that is to match the setback of the existing building to the south of this property, which is that picture of that pink and green building. They want to match the setback of that building since they designed the new building to be kind of a reflection of that building form. Additionally, they are requesting an additional 2.5 feet of building height to accommodate the 3 stories plus some design standards that were required for the RB zone. And they can request up to 5 feet through the planned development process. So for the standards of compliance, the planning and development objectives, this project meets 3 of those objectives. The first one is housing. They are providing 20% of those units are going to be at the 80% AMI. They are going to record a housing covenant to make sure that that remains in place for at least 15 years. Additionally, they also meet objective D, mobility. They are providing some improvements that will hopefully help encourage transportation options other than driving. They are providing above and beyond bicycle facilities to take advantage of the bike lanes that are on 200 East and 800 South. Additionally, they are also implementing some master plan incentives. They are in 2 master plans, the downtown master plan and also the central city master plan. And both those plans in this area call for a kind of an urban neighborhood that helps transition from like the super intense uses on State Street and downtown into the established single family developments to the southeast of this project. And so this area is kind of like that buffer to transition things down. As stated earlier, the recommendation is that the Planning Commission approve the project as proposed, as it meets generally the standards of approval for planning developments. And my applicant is here today. They don't have a presentation, but they would like a chance to talk about the project.
Let's go ahead and have your applicant present.
Thank you, Catalin. My name is Sydney Garcia, and I represent JZW Architects and also our developer of the project. His name is Tim Watkey. He wanted to be here with us, but he had a conflict, so I am here for both of us. And thank you all for being here and taking the time to review our project and be a part of it with us. Catalin did a great overview of what we're asking. I just kind of want to reiterate the biggest thing we're asking for is that front setback. And we just think that it'll look better and be more inviting to match the property to the south. And there is like about 20 feet of a front lot in front of the setback line. So we still are about 30 feet from, well, between the front yard and the street parking, we're still about 30 feet from the road. So yeah, we just think that it'll be a lot more inviting, and then you can get a clear sight line from the facade, theoretically making it a bit more of a safe space to be and live and work. So yeah, I will turn it over. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission?
I just have one question. You have how many affordable units? Actually, I have several questions. Sorry. How many affordable units do you have in this building?
Yeah, so there are 10 studio units total, and 2 of the 10, so 20% will be affordable.
Okay. And it's 3 stories tall, and you don't have an
Yes.
elevator?
We do not, no.
And all of the units require people to climb stairs?
Yes, yeah, I think we're under the 3,000 square foot that would require the elevator, so we opted out for that. And just with how tight everything is, that's kind of another reason we did not include an elevator. So yeah.
So you're not required to have an elevator?
That is correct. Yep. It's not required for this project.
Because the building is under 3,000 square feet?
Yeah, so any level above the ground level, if it's under 3,000, that the 3,000 is, if you are over that, that's what will require an elevator.
All right. Thank you very much. But that means that the affordable units will not be accessible to people who have
that is correct.
a mobility issue, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing then. If you would like to give public comment, go ahead and raise your hand using the raise hand function. And we'll have staff allow you to speak. I'm going to give it just a little bit of time to see if there's anyone.
So I am looking in the attendee list here and not seeing any hands. I did look for the community council chair, who generally gets 5 minutes. I do not see, in this case, that's Rihanna, and I do not see her. And I am not seeing any hands. So again, if anyone would like to speak on this matter, just hit that little hand button.
Oh, there's one.
We do. Okay. Rodney?
Yes.
Go ahead and state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Rodney Smith, and my family owns the property that is to the east of the project. And I have tried to get in contact with the builder or whoever it might be, due to the fact that I keep getting a survey from these people saying that they're 4 feet into my yard. And I have a survey of my own that was done a while back that shows my property lines. And I need for somebody from the company that's doing this to contact me. I'm at Jim's Barbershop, which is right to the east of this building. And I would like someone to come and talk to me and explain to me why the survey that I keep getting is annexing 4 feet of my property when I have a survey of my own that says where my property line is. And I've tried to reach out to the people a couple times. And the last thing I heard from, I don't remember the lady's name was just, we hope everybody's going to be a good neighbor. So my mom and family is not accepting that as an answer. And we need some concrete lines to understand where the property line is and where this parking lot's going to be in relation to where my house is in this project. So that's what I needed to say. And whoever is in charge of the project can come to the barbershop or you can look up the barbershop phone number. It's Jim's Barbershop, and someone needs to come and talk to me and talk to the people, my family, about this project. So then I can put my hand down and somebody can answer that for me.
Thank you, Rodney. We will bring that up with the applicant after the public hearing. Would anyone?
We do have an email that came in.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to ask about the email.
Sorry, I've got to find it in all of my stuff. Actually, I'm sorry, that wasn't regarding this item. It's regarding the next item.
Well, it looks like we have no other hands raised. We will go ahead and close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the commission for discussion. Yes, I would like to request that the applicant, after the meeting, reach out to Rodney and address his concern. Do we have any other discussion from the commission or a motion?
For staff, Katie Lynn, what's the process in regarding the surveys when the building permit is actually issued? Is that a due diligence on the city's part?
Yeah, so they'll have a survey be required as part of the building permit.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion. Based on the information presented in discussion, I move that the commission approve this plan development application as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Gant and a second from Commissioner Burrows. Any discussion to the motion? We'll go ahead and I just accidentally muted myself. Commissioner Bitton.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Gant.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. That motion passes unanimously. And yes, I do hope that the applicant does discuss that issue with the one person who commented. We'll go ahead and move on to the next item, item number 2, which is design review and plan development for Lucero 2 apartments at approximately 57 North, 1000 West. Case numbers PLN PCM 2022-00653 and PLN PCM 2023-00685. And Chrissy Gilmore is our planner. Chrissy, yeah, we're not hearing anything, Chrissy. I know you're unmuted, so it's probably a headset issue.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay, thank you. All right, I'll just start over. So this is a request to build a new residential building at approximately 57 North, 1000 West in the transit station area special purpose transition zone. The applicant is requesting design review for to modify the maximum length of a street-facing building facade along 1000 West, to modify the active ground floor use percentage along Learned Avenue, to modify the ground floor glass requirement on Learned Avenue, and to modify requirements for building entrances along both Learned Avenue and 1000 West. And then the applicant is requesting plan development approval for an additional 5 feet of building height for a total height of 75 feet. So as for the site context, the proposed building is considered building B of a larger development. I've shown that in this middle graphic. Building A did not require planning commission approval and is currently under construction. You can see from the rendering in the middle that the two buildings will have an upper floor amenity decks that face each other. And then the site has 3 street facing facades. It fronts North Temple, and then you have 1000 West and Learned Avenue. It is across the street from the Fair Park, and then kitty corner across the street from Madsen Park. The North Temple Boulevard plan calls for more intense uses across from the Fair Park to support the venue, and a higher density of residential uses to support existing jobs in the area. And I bring that up partly because of in this top photo to the left, you can see those smokestacks in the background, and that is where the new Rocky Mountain Power headquarter building will be constructed, and they currently have their building permit in for review, and that is proposed at 88 feet in height, so it will be slightly taller than this building. And then I've included these 2 images from a recent Building Salt Lake article because I thought they were able to show the site context and development pretty accurately. That you can see along North Temple, there are several new buildings popping up and under construction, including on North Temple and Chicago Street. And then here's a couple existing site photos. You can see the current building A under construction, and then there's an existing restaurant on site. And across the street, there is a dog grooming. Across the street on 1000 West, there's a dog grooming business, and then several smaller homes, as well as Madsen Park. And then the bottom image shows Learned Avenue, and then a vacant lot next to Learned Avenue. So for a project overview, the proposed building is a 7-story, 160 unit multifamily residential apartment building. The subject property is approximately 1 acre. And as I mentioned, it's in that TSA special purpose transition zone and the North Temple Boulevard plan area. The ground floor will include a lobby, leasing space, and a gym fronting North Temple, and then apartment units along the West Temple facade and Learned Avenue facade. There are 149 parking stalls proposed interior to the building on the first and second levels, and the second level is devoted primarily to parking. And then the primary materials are brick, glass, and fiber cement board. And then the standards of compliance. So the applicant is requesting both design review and plan development. And through design review, it must meet those specific zone standards as well as the design review standards in consistency with our master plans. And then through the plan development objective, they must meet at least one objective to qualify. And then a plan development should achieve a better product than can be achieved otherwise through the strict zoning. And then as far as the requested modifications, the first one through the design review process is facade length. So the maximum length of a street facing facade in the TSA zone is 200 feet. And this building is proposing a total length of approximately 282 feet along the 1000 West facade. The purpose of the maximum facade length is to break up large expanses of buildings and to create spaces that are more human scaled and comfortable to the pedestrian. Planning staff expressed concern over this over the proposal, and specifically if it meant standard D of the design review standards. It worked through several iterations of the proposal with the applicant to better mitigate and the facade length and to meet this standard. So elements included to mitigate the facade length include the building is divided into 2 distinct masses using color and material, and then a horizontal break in the middle that is 5 feet deep and 30 feet long. Then the ground floor on both sides of the building features deliberate variations and creates a visual step down from the front half of the building to the back half. And then to enhance the pedestrian level design, the applicant incorporated these second story sloping features on the front half of the building. And then fences were added to the porches to better distinguish between the private and public spaces. And the windows were also enlarged to create a potential for adaptability to commercial in the future. Then the next standard through the design review is ground floor glass and use. So the proposal is seeking to to modify the ground floor use requirements for the Learned Avenue facade. This standard requires that the ground floor of a new principal building on any street facing facade be occupied by an active use that extends 23 feet into the building for 80% of the facade length. The proposed active ground floor use is 36.5% on the Learned Avenue facade, and that's in part because of the apartment unit along Learned Avenue is only 23 feet deep in some portions, and then also because of the uses and the nature of the facade. And then the applicant is also requesting a modification to the ground floor glass percentage along Learned Avenue, which is required to be 45%, and the applicant is proposing 39%. The design of the building is subject to because it has three street facing facades, it's subject to those requirements along all facades, and this limits the options for where to place necessary services such as loading and screening for trash collection. The proposal well exceeds the requirements for durable materials on Learned Avenue facade at 100% and is designed to include balconies and vertical banding to the upper floors to create visual interest. The North Temple and 1000 West facades both exceed the ground floor glass and use requirements, which supports that the overall building provides a pedestrian-oriented design and meets the intent of the standards. And I did want to point out that there is one condition that's proposed, and that is just that the applicant must screen this loading entrance. That is a requirement of design review that they would be required to do, and that's a suggested condition. And then the next request is building entrances. So the applicant is requesting to modify the building entrance requirements for 1000 West and Learned Avenue facades. Residential units facing the street must have a unit that must have the door facing the street, and the applicant is proposing to locate the apartment entrances perpendicular to the street. And you can see that in the image on the screen. While the entrance doors are not visible when looking at the building, they will still be visible for pedestrians along the sidewalk. And this also creates a more private entrance for the residents. And the large windows along each unit also help meet the intent of that standard. And then additionally, buildings in the TSA zone must also have a ground floor entrance for every 40 feet. And due to the design of the Learned Avenue facade with only one apartment unit and the parking garage entrance, this requirement has not been met. And then the 1000 West facade meets the spacing requirements for all of the apartments except for that space in the middle that breaks up the building. So although the 1000 West facade does not include pedestrian entries every 40 feet, it does exceed the requirement. 9 doors or 7 doors are required, and it is proposing 9 doors. And then for the plan development, through the plan development process, the applicant is asking for an additional 5 feet of height for a total height of 75 feet. The stated intent is to increase the height of the ground floor units so that they can be more easily converted to a commercial use in the future. And while the height of the building will be taller than some of the adjacent properties, it is anticipated that the future redevelopment of the area will follow this pattern. Additionally, it is very similar to the under construction Lucero building 2 and will only be a few feet taller to accommodate that increased ground floor height along the 1000 West facade. The requested modifications to building height meet the goals and intent of the North Temple Boulevard Plan and the plan development standards. And then you can see on the screen, I've included that 70 feet by right height. And then I've shown where they're going to the roof deck at 73 feet. And then the additional height is for the parapets. And then staff is recommending approval of this project with the conditions listed on your screen and in your staff report. Notice was sent out on this petition to the community councils in the area, and at the time of your staff report publishing, no comments had been received. However, one comment did come in earlier this afternoon that was included in your Dropbox accounts. And that concludes my presentation. The applicant is also available and has a presentation as well.
Let's go ahead and have the applicant give his presentation.
Okay.
I'm Jared Hall with Develop Design. Ethan should be getting his screen share going here really quickly.
There we go. There's the screen. Hi everyone. Thanks. I was just gonna get into it. Hi everyone. Thanks for your time this evening. I'm Ethan with Developed. Christy already did a really good job explaining our project. I just wanted to run through our modifications and give a little bit of detail why we're asking for them and how it improves the quality of the building. Obviously, facade length is one of the bigger issues that the city focuses on, and we put a lot of effort into working with the city to try to get a design that we think both splits up the overall length of the facade so it doesn't appear as two big buildings, but also this gives us a number of advantages, such as it makes us require less stairs and elevators, less exterior walls, so the building's more energy efficient, and allows us to have more units in the building, which means we can provide cheaper housing. And one unintended consequence of having a smaller facade requirement means that a lot of times it makes it more difficult to meet the parking that's required. We're a little bit under 1-to-1 on parking here. And by having one building, it means we don't have to have 2 drive ramps, or it just allows us to have a lot more parking. I know a lot of times with these larger buildings, surrounding areas kind of get off-street parking and ends up becoming a larger issue. And we feel that like allowing more parking in the building kind of helps alleviate that. For the active ground floor space, again, Chrissy did a really good job explaining why we were asking for it and what we're looking for. We just kind of wanted to show like that we had a number of programs and stuff at the south end of the building, and it wasn't because we tried to provide as much active use as we could. We have it going around most of the building. Just at the south end, we needed to provide like a loading space, an entry to the parking lot, and like electrical room and trash room and stuff. And that's why it's a little bit tighter on the south end of the site. And that also kind of runs into the same issue with ground floor glass. Just because the streets are on all 3 sides, there's only so much space we could have glass in on the south end, and we're just slightly below. We feel like we're trying to meet the intent. As you can see with this facade, we have glass everywhere that we can. It's just slightly under what's required. Building entrances. So this is the main area that we had an issue, is just this pushback. We're trying to split these 2 buildings to meet the 200-foot facade requirement. And so we think that this pushback helps split the buildings in 2 directions. It just makes it so we can't meet that requirement. We think we're still meeting the intent of the code. And I think it just provides a better building if we do things this way. And then the additional building height. As you can see, we were really close to making the building height work. This zone requires a 12-foot clear space height on the first floor for commercial usage. So that's just what pushes us just slightly above the 70-foot requirement, but it does allow for units on the ground floor to be convertible to residential units later on. From residential units to commercial units. And it would allow us to put a whole nother floor on the building, which obviously provides way more units. So I think that covers most of our thoughts, but if you have any questions.
Do we have any questions from the commission?
Question for staff. Can you just refresh my memory on what the required parking is in this district, in this zoning district?
Yeah, so they are under the old parking ordinance. They are grandfathered into that ordinance, and they have some unique stuff. So because it's in the TSA zone and the transition zone, in our table of uses where they would only need 1 stall per 1 bedroom, they actually get to do 50% of that. And then because of they're within 1/4 a mile of a transit stop, they can do 50% of that 50%. So they're only required to have 40 parking stalls.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions from the commission, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. If you would like to give comment, go ahead and click on the raise hand button.
Did receive, sorry, Mr. Chair, we did receive a one email, and I'm not sure, this is from Nigel Swaby, who's a community council member, but I don't know if this is coming as a representative of the community council or personally, but I'll just go ahead and read it. I'm writing in support of the proposed changes requested by the developer for the Lucero 2 project, doing this as an individual and a homeowner who lives close to the project. spoken with the petitioner architect about the project. Believe the changes they're requesting are reasonable and a greater interest to the community than the existing code would deliver. Thanks for your consideration. And then you did receive some other emails earlier today that were put in your Dropbox that I hope you were able to read. And then we do have a couple of hands. So give me just 1 second here. Michelle W. Go ahead.
Hey there, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. So I found a land use map from the Euclid neighborhood back from when Rocky was mayor. It shows Chicago Street, Emerald Ave, and streets close to this Lucero project as residential zoning, and the homes were in good shape, even historically significant. Somewhere between then and Rocky running now, so maybe 15 years, the TSA zone is exploding. It is already very generous, and I'm a no for any of these modifications. Not one developer in any of these TSA zones has come to any recent community council meetings and tried to collaborate with the neighborhood. No community engagement. They take and give absolutely nothing back. We've lost homes and now we're losing a standing restaurant. The building length should stay. They want it longer to add a few more parking spots. Stop holding parking spots over our head like a gift. I don't want a long and ugly facade. No parking will be enough unless you're giving every unit a guest spot. The active ground floor, you have a build for a restaurant or a small shop or a bar. If you put an apartment there, they're never going to give us back that space. We already know how 400 South looks and we don't want it. Building entrances, keep them. Who knows what the residents' experience would be like? It's in the code for a reason, keep it. Additional height, I'll say it again, the TSA zone and point system is garbage. You get what you get and 70 feet is tall enough. Parking is not a developer's bargaining chip. You need to learn how to balance multiple factors and the requirements you have been allowed. You have already bulldozed all the homes over there. Let the new Chicago Street apartments and the Lucero residents fight for parking. You're not thinking about parking in regards to current neighbors. Please try to lease an apartment during an event at the fairgrounds or once the power plant is built or that Major League Baseball stadium. Please, developers, bring us a garden courtyard, a duplex or a fourplex. No more losing businesses or neighbors for a podium apartment. Currently, the Lucero one is under contract for $57 million. It looks hideous. The facade looks like tile. I don't trust for 1 second that what they've shown us in these renderings will be built. Thank you.
Thanks. Can we have you state your name for the record?
Oh, yes, it was Michelle Watts.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next up is Pachuco.
Yes, let's have you state your name for the record and we'll give you 2 minutes.
Hello,
We heard you for a moment and then it looks like you hit the mute button again.
That's probably me. Hold on 1 second. Okay, try it again. Sorry about that.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi. We are here today that this solution to project be denied. Jared Hall, his company Develop Design has been businesses here for time. The original plan of the Lucero luxury apartments was to leave El Acero restaurant alone. Jared Hall knew the community had been protecting El Asadero Mexican restaurant. The owner of El Asadero restaurant now seeking an attorney. He still has a contract with this property, and this to show how many other projects has Jared Hall most likely has violated contracts with tenants and renters, and how many other projects has the planning commission.
Looks like we lost him. He is still in the attendees list.
He's still there. Maybe we can come back to him.
Mm-hmm. He may be having an
Let's try
audio
again.
internet issue, perhaps. Yeah.
Pachuco, are you there?
It looks like he's dropped off of the panelists and gone back to the attendees list.
Okay, let's come back to let's come back to him in a minute. How about Teresa Molina?
Teresa,
Hi.
go ahead, state your name for the
Hello.
record and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Teresa Molina. I lived in this neighborhood for the last 15 years. And the neighborhood needs look like neighbors. We are majority Hispanic. El Asadero is a restaurant that we do care for, and there is not accommodation to keep this Mexican restaurant in place by the builders. They just want what they want and not complying with requirements as has been already stated. There is not community engagement by the owners. It's just business for them, and they don't care about us as neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It looks like Pachuco is here again. Go ahead, Pachuco.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're kind of breaking up a little bit. Are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just kind of off and on. Go ahead.
Okay, so the owners, this is very important.
Yeah, we're having a hard time hearing you. Sorry. We'll try coming back to you again. We have okay, let's try Surly Reyes. Reyes? Sorry if I'm messing up your name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and state your name for the record and you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, I go by Kiru Kantua, and I would like to read an email that was sent to the to Christina and the planning. We are the Rose Bar Brown Berets. We've been working with the business owner of Asadero. If Jared Hall's design review is approved for the Luso, if it is approved, another community space will be destroyed once again by unwelcome guests. You are unwelcome guests in this community. You seek to profit off of us, and you, the Planning Commission, who roll over in complacency and aid in the eradication of culture and the people of color in this community. Jared Hall's original plan was not to take Asadero away back in 2022. Why is he wanting to take it away now? He's known about the community efforts to protect Asadero from gentrification. Yet, according to the business owner, Jared bought the property quietly and gave no notice of this transition. The previous property owner blocked the business owner from having any contact and answering any questions. The business owner he even had no idea that there was even a design review vote today that was going to happen. How many times has Jared Hall pulled a fast one and used money to steal from our community, to prey on vulnerable individuals who are just trying to make it by? I say Jared Hall is a predator to the West Side. He is a predator to the West Side. That being said, the business owner of Asadero is in the process of attaining an attorney due to his business contract that he holds his place at Asadero until 2025. And until then, we demand that council hold off this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Antonio? Go ahead and speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're echoing a lot. Go ahead and state your name and you'll have 2 minutes.
Sorry, this is Pachuco. I'm using another person's Zoom. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good. We can hear
Much
you now.
better. We can hear you much better.
All right. Right on. So I'm just going to restate what I just said. We're here today to demand that this application, the project Luso Apartment 2, be denied and opposed. Jared Hall and his company has been destroying the community and displacing families of colors and family-owned businesses. The original plan of the Luso luxury apartment was to leave El Asadero Mexican restaurant alone. Jared Hall knew that the community has been protecting the spot. The owner of the El Asadero is now seeking an attorney. He still has a contract with this property. This is to show you how many other projects has Jared Hall most likely violated contracts with other tenants and other renters in the community, and how many of these projects that he presented that the Planning Commission allowed these developments to be passed. There will be an investigation with this. Planning Commission, please listen to the residents of the West Side community. Deny this application just like y'all were able to deny the project. The Come and Go gas station in Sugar House a couple years ago. El Asadero is sacred and a representation of this community. El Asadero is here to stay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any other hands raised at this time.
Have we received any other emails?
No.
We will go ahead and close the public comment and bring it back to the commission for further questions.
So this is more a comment than a question. It sounds like this retail tenant, as I understand in the existing space, is very valued by the community. And it doesn't look, and maybe staff can, it doesn't look to me like there's any retail space in the project. And maybe it would be really nice if the applicant could find some way of offering retail space at a maybe discounted lease rate or something for this tenant, this retail tenant that's getting displaced. I don't know if that's at all possible. I generally like a lot of ground floor activation. Maybe the applicant could just speak about whether that's at all feasible, because it sounds like that's something really important to the community. I know that tenant will still be displaced during construction, but whether that would be at all possible it'd be really nice to see if it's at all feasible.
So yeah, I can comment on that a little bit. The first phase of the Lucero Apartments does have a restaurant space designed into it. And as of yet, the property owner can still not get a tenant to lease there. And as such, he was very reticent to program in more retail space into this project at this time, just because the other one's almost done. He's going to have an empty retail space when it opens, and the project that is not involved with it all, but next to McDonald's has an empty retail space, and it's been open for a year or so. And so that is part of why we're asking for that higher building height, so that all of our ground floor can be converted at such time when there is enough demand for it.
Yeah, that's great. And, I would just ask, there's a rent at which some of the existing retail tenants can afford, and that sort of would create walkability in the neighborhood. We sort of have a problem where if we don't have businesses to walk to, nobody walks, and we don't get walkability. And I know that, I know what they're asking for retail rents, and I would just maybe ask you to take it back to the existing Luso one and sort of, maybe you guys can find some rent that works, because retail space, if you're asking, $30 a square foot, yeah, the tenants in the area might not be able to pay for it, but it'd be I would be really excited if I could see a sort of lower retail rate and have that space sort of occupied by somebody, even if it's basically an amenity for the tenants. I guess that's sort of what my vision of retail on the ground floor right now is more, until we get to a little bit more walkability, we get to, retail is more of an amenity. So I hear what you're saying, and you don't have all the control, Jared, but it would be really nice to see an offer to this displaced tenant at a reasonable rent they might be able to play in your existing building. Anyway, this is outside the commission's scope a little bit, but that's just more my thoughts when I hear the community.
Mr. Chair, did we close the public hearing? Apologies if I missed whether we had or not.
Yes, I did say to close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. So
okay, thank you. Just wanted to double check.
Chair Christensen, I want to say something if I can. So I love it when people love their neighborhoods and their neighborhood businesses, and there's nothing better in the world than a good Mexican restaurant. And this neighborhood is kind of in the middle of everything, right? Like Fair Park is right across the street, which is kind of lucky and unlucky. The request for us to say no to this project is kind of the way that we did to Come and Go, and it's a different situation, because Come and Go was a conditional use. They needed us to say it's okay for you to build a gas station there, whereas this is the law already says you can build a multifamily building here. Like they can already build what they're asking for. They're just saying, can we make the window composition different? Can we turn the doors a different way? Can we, instead of separating the building, can we have a walkway at the back to connect the two parts of this building? So it's a really different question for us, and we really are, it's a really different question for us, so it's probably going to be a really different answer, and there are really different things that we can consider. So that's going to be super frustrating, I know, to the people who are fighting for this restaurant and really want it to be there. And that's kind of like, that's my way of apologizing, to say, we can't do what you're asking us to, if we want, even if we want to, even if we thought it was the best thing for the neighborhood. You know, these guys own this building and it's already zoned to be apartments. So that's kind of like, we can't stop it. That's like the property owner. But I would also really love for something to be worked out so that this restaurant that's important to the neighbors and the community and the culture and the world could be saved too. So I hope that there's a way for that to happen, but it's not based on us voting yes or no tonight. So that's it for me.
Mr. Chair, I just have a couple of comments. So I'm not particularly in favor of moving the doors into a perpendicular manner related to the standards that require the entrances to be facing. One of the things the commission has always tried to look at least in my past 5 years, has been those entrances and how that interacts with the street level. And I don't think the perpendicular design lends itself to good interaction. And since we don't have any retail in this space, we're not going to have any interaction, given this is right across. This is like in a prime pedestrian walkable area. So we're not doing anything to really enhance that. And I don't also feel like then with that design that we're meeting the design standard E regarding the facade length going to 282 feet, because it's not an engaging design for me. And I don't feel like it's really meeting those standards. Those are the two things that really I find we're not getting a lot of community benefit in this design, in the modifications that they're requesting.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question of the applicant?
Yes.
I'd just like to know how they came up with the amount of parking that they have, given the relaxed requirements in a TSA zone, and how they came to 140 within this development.
So the developer on this project really likes to be very close to 1-to-1. He understands the goal is to be lower than that, but right now the reality is most projects in Salt Lake City have roughly a 1-to-1 parking stall, and we're slightly under that, but not very far.
Yeah, if I can chime in on that, I do think it might be worth at a future commission meeting during our general discussing when we mandate, because we still have a lot of codes where we mandate more parking than what the market tolerates. I do know there are a lot of lenders that actually, so Washington Federal, I had them giving a guest lecture in my undergrad class. they mandate 1-to-1 parking for all the projects they finance. So it is a real challenge, and we need to talk to lenders in terms of what we can do as a commission, and we can just table it for our general discussion, whether we should be mandating more than what the market's doing right now, because I think it's worth coming back to Commissioner Bitton.
Thank you. If we're done with discussion, I'm willing to make a motion, but I want to defer to other commissioners with questions.
Also, just as a note, it's two different motions.
All right, I'm ready to make a motion. Based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission approve this design review application as recommended by staff. And this is for PLN PCM 2022-00653. So motion A.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Bitton and a second from Commissioner Gent. Any discussion to the motion? We'll go ahead and vote then. Commissioner Scheer.
I will vote yes.
Commissioner Barry.
No.
Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
No.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Bitton.
Yes.
Commissioner Gent.
Yes.
And the chair also votes yes. That motion passes with 6 yeses and 2 nos.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. Based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission approve this plan development application as recommended by staff. And this is for PLN PCM 2023-00685.
I'll second that.
We have a motion from Commissioner Bitton and a second from Commissioner Gent. Any discussion to the motion? We'll go ahead and vote. Commissioner Bitton.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
No.
Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
No.
Commissioner Gent.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. That motion passes with 6 yes and 2 no's. We will go ahead and move on to our next item, item number 3.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I just wanted to point out that and let Beto know that's in the attendee list that his hand is raised, but unfortunately the hand, sorry, Beto, but your hand was raised after the commission closed the public hearing, so we were unable to allow you to speak. Apologize for that.
We will move to item number 3, plan development and design review at approximately 2903 South Highland Drive. Case numbers PLN PCM 2023-00407 and PLN PCM 2023-00525. And our planner is Diana Martinez.
Good evening. Yes, so let's start with kind of a different area for Salt Lake City that we usually don't have projects in. This is in the south area of Salt Lake City. It is very close to the Mill Creek city line, if you will. It's on Highland Drive, just south of 2700 South. The project, this is the bigger screen is on the left, the close-up is on the right. This project is on the corner of Zenith and Highland Drive. It sits between the two parallel streets of Crandall Avenue and Zenith Avenue. This project is, the project request is for townhome development for 22 units. 21 of the units will be 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and 1 unit will be a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. This is 2 applications, design review and plan development. The reason for the design review is that the proposal has 2 buildings on the site. Each building is greater than 15,000 square feet, and therefore they need to go through the design review and have your permission to do that. Building 1, which is the north building on the top right rendering picture, this is building 1, and that's just over, it's close to 18,000 square feet. Building 2 is the south building, and it's close to 26,000. The difference between the 2 buildings is that building 2 is asking for permission for something else, but they want to have rooftop decks, and that actually increases the square footage. The second part, or the second application, is the plan development, and the applicant is asking for 2 zoning modifications to be approved. The first one, and I kind of want to just explain both of them. The first one is to allow a height increase from 30, which is the required height maximum in the CB zone, to 33 feet. This is, again, to allow the rooftop decks for 10 of the 11 units in that building. That's building 2, the south building. When we were looking at this, when staff was looking at this, in ordinance, there is a height exception for the height of the building to be increased by 5 feet. And this is a parapet wall of 5 feet increase to cover mechanical equipment. It was determined by the zoning administrator that this was not only to cover or primarily to cover the equipment. And really, it was a habitable space for the residents, which is a bonus to the residents. But therefore, because it doesn't meet that exception, it has to go through the plan development. And so that's why it's coming to you for that 3 feet. The second modification is from the design review ordinance. Because this is a design review application, they have to meet the design review requirements, the standards. And one of the standards is that dumpsters must be located a minimum of 25 feet from any building on an adjacent lot that contains a residential dwelling or located inside of an enclosed building or structure. And the applicant is not proposing to have that. I'm going to skip to the next slide. I put this together. This is just I put the plan on top of the aerial. The X's are where they are proposing to put the recycling and the trash dumpsters. The house to the east is approximately 21 feet. There is some leeway on that, but this was kind of a subjective measurement, and just to be safe, we wanted to go with 21 feet to make sure that they have that amount of space. So I also want to say staff's analysis of this situation is that this was the best placement for those. So initially, the applicant was proposing to have 2 containers per unit, which would have been 44 units, or excuse me, 44 containers, and those would have needed to be put out in that middle driveway area for pickup. Now, this caused a little bit of concern because of the traffic on Highland. A garbage truck would have had to back into that driveway to pick up, and then it would have had to go straight in to pick up and then back up onto Highland. So with all of that, it seemed more logical to have the 2 containers. This was the best placement, and so staff believes that this is the better alternative for that. The bottom picture is showing the current distance, if you will. That pole, this pole right here, it's a power pole. I do believe it's probably right at the property line with this house and the subject property. So you can see there's about 10 feet from the I guess it would be their west property line and the house to the structure. Based on the information and findings listed in this report, staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve both applications for this project. Just to kind of go back to the site plan, the applicant is meeting the parking requirement. They're proposing 34 parking spaces. So units A, or type A, if you will, they will only have parking for 1. Units type C, F, and D will have 2 parking spaces, and that will be tandem for building 2. And then unit D, which is the front unit of building 1, will be a side-by-side. They do have a 7-foot buffer, landscaping buffer on the rear side. That is next to the east property line. And that's again where we have that dumpster measurement to the dwelling to the east. They are going to upgrade the landscaping all around, definitely on Highland Drive and Zenith Avenue. The Community Council has accepted this proposal, and I only received 1 comment in opposition regarding parking, and that was after I sent out the early engagement. Since then, I haven't received any comments in opposition, so I'm not sure if there will be anyone to speak on that. That's it. The applicant is here, and he does have a presentation. So if you want to go to that or ask any questions, I'm here for you.
Let's go ahead and have the applicant present.
Okay.
Sorry, getting them moved over now.
I guess you didn't hear that, Aubrey, but I was saying it was going to be Pierre, not Matthew. Thank you.
There we go. If you can unmute Pierre, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
And let's see, I'd like to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Let's do this, share. How about now?
Now we can see it.
Great. So Diana has done a great job, so I'll go over very quickly. This is the facade on Highland Drive, and these are what the units look like on Zenith Avenue. We have 22 units. I think it's important to note that we have a 10-foot setback requirement between our project and the house to the east. And we actually proposed 19 feet for one building and 22 feet for the other, instead of the 10-foot required. I know that was important to at least one of the commissioners, as I recall. And so we wanted to make sure we were listening. One of the standards for design review encourages green roofs. And one way to provide that is to allow this parapet to be used not only for screening our mechanical units, but also as a fall protection for the tenants to use that rooftop. We have a very modern project as usual, with a lot of glass, a lot of light, and then this is a detail of those rooftops. This is a great picture. It shows the project on top without a parapet, and on the bottom with that 3-foot parapet. Because the design is composed of these boxes that act as shading devices for the project, as well as focusing the views and providing privacy from balcony to balcony from the different occupants. The boxes and balconies are more prominent, and so the parapet is sort of a background. So you'll notice that from the top, to the bottom view, there's not a lot of difference. The other thing to note is that the Moda project, just one block to the north, also has 3-foot parapet to screen some of their units. And so in the same zone, on the same street, 1 block away, and they're at the same height that we're proposing. I just wanted to show real quick, we screened that area with a dumpster. That's a little rendering showing that. Sort of some landscaping and additional setback you can see on the right. Another thing that's important to consider with the additional 3 feet is that our building on that side is recessed 2 feet into the ground. And so really, visually, it's only 1 foot taller than what would have been allowed. And also it's 20 feet away from the property line instead of 10. So that should help as well. This is another view of the top. This is that little 20 feet of setback, which we've used for kind of a lounging outdoor area. And because our renderings don't always reflect the reality, I wanted to show real quick, you know, that our design is usually very simple and elegant, but also very well detailed and very well finished. And so this is one of these projects. The rooftop was still under construction, as you can see, but at least the first one was finished. And you can see the overall quality, a lot of natural light, great addition to the neighborhood. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission?
I do. I have a couple. So the first one I think is to, I guess, Diana. If we talk about the dumpster, so, you know, less than ideal placement, but I get what you're saying. Is there a way that the city can like require, you know, the dumpsters can't be picked up before like 8 a.m. or something? Because dumpsters in my neighborhood can get picked up like at 6 in the morning and it's loud. So regardless of how far away you are, but given the proximity to that house, is that something that the city can condition and require, like it needs to be picked up a little bit later in the day?
No. So unfortunately, when it comes to trash pickup and recycling, it's a private company that has to do it for multifamily. So the city is only responsible for single family dwelling pickup.
No, I know. I definitely understand that. I meant, is there a way to condition that whoever they contract with to do the dumpster pickup? Because those guys in my neighborhood are coming at like 6 in the morning and you hear the beep, beep, beep.
Right. There is time limits but established by the health department for that type of thing. I'm going to actually defer to Michaela to management to see if she knows of anything more than that. But typically the health department hours would be kind of the hours that would be.
Yeah, I think that's the hard part, because health department noise ordinance hours are constantly not
obeyed. Correct. I understand that.
When it comes to private dumpster pickup trucks.
Yeah. Michaela, do you know if there's any way to condition that other than health department hours?
The only way to condition a project is to find that a standard isn't met, and it's only met if that condition is applied.
So, I mean, the standard isn't met based on where the dumpsters are. It doesn't meet the ordinance, so it's not met. And I'm trying to figure out if there is a compromise to do a little bit better management of where they're going to be placed, not complying with the ordinance. But that's kind of the place that they can go to try and find a balance to the neighborhood, given the proximity to those houses.
Are you, the condition is whether dumpsters, loading docks, and or service areas are appropriately screened.
It says in the staff report, it says where it's requesting a modification from ordinance 21A 37050K. The dumpsters must be located a minimum of 25 feet from any building on an adjacent lot that contains a residential dwelling or be located inside an enclosed building or structure. I don't know, it's not, I mean, it's got some screening. Is that qualifying? If that's qualifying, then it's not, it shouldn't be part of the modification to the plan development.
Well, and also let me say this. So, and the applicant may be the better person to talk to about this, but they will have to pull the two containers out onto the street, and that is why they're going to have a curb cut at that point. So they're going to have to pull it out to Zenith Avenue, and then the pickup will be off of the street.
So maybe Pierre, I mean, maybe Pierre can answer this more. I'm not saying that I understand that that's the best location for the dumpsters. I'm trying to think about those conflicts that are going to come up, given that you're not meeting the ordinance in terms of distance. Is there something that you as the property owner, not that you are, but that the property owner would then, work with their private contractor to ensure that these guys aren't coming at 6 a.m. like they do in my neighborhood?
I can maybe speak to that a little bit. When we had the discussion with Diana about, getting rid of the individual trash cans and moving to these dumpsters, I spoke with the contractor that I believe we're planning on using on the property to, ensure that we had enough space for all these dumpsters and that they could be wheeled out and that pickup and stuff was managed. And this same question was raised in a community council meeting by one of the community council members. And I did actually talk with that contractor at the time about, ensuring that these dumpsters were being picked up at a time that was reasonable for like the nearby residences. And they said that when we set up our contract with them, we could, specify exactly what days we wanted our, trash to be picked up. And also they have some flexibility in terms of when those dumpsters are being picked up, whether they're being picked up in the early morning or afternoon. And they said that if we were trying to avoid having those dumpsters picked up in the early morning, that was something that they could accommodate. So
that's great, Matthew. I think that's something I really would be keen on, is that it just conforms to the health department ordinance standards.
And we would want to be good neighbors, obviously, and I think it's important to point out again that because of the way that the project is set up, the trash cans would have to be rolled out to the street. The truck would not actually get onto the property. So it will be as close to any house that is on that street as well, meaning the truck cannot get any closer to houses. And also we'll make an effort to make sure that they pick up at a reasonable time and during a weekday when people.
I think that's just it. They're just loud. The dumpsters and the dump trucks that pick them up are loud.
And this is not an intensive use, so sorry.
Yeah, neither is the condo building across the street from me.
Right, so it's probably a once a week thing.
The most annoying thing about the trash pickup at 6 a.m. is the beep beep beep, and if they can avoid actually backing up by rolling them out to a spot where they can actually pick them up in a positive way instead of backing up to them, then I think you're probably.
I'm pleased that you can put it in your contract that you'll just do it in a reasonable time consideration of the neighbors. So I'm satisfied with that. My next question then is to Matthew and/or Pierre. I'm kind of concerned about the facade on Highland Drive. I think it's got some, in the renderings, and maybe I'm missing some of it, but it looks a lot like just a really blank wall. And Highland is, the active street, and I'm not necessarily needing like entrances into that, but I think those blank walls are concerning in terms of facing that street.
Can I address that first, Commissioner Berry? That they in the CB zone, they have no upper glass requirement. So we did work with them to get that, and we think that has been a much better product for these two, for that interaction onto Highland Drive, because initially they didn't have anything. They had, and Matthew can describe it, but more of a metal artsy looking thing without windows. So this is giving us a lot for that interaction.
I think that is not saying a lot if this is better than what they originally came to the city with.
This is not being required.
So I
They have-
drive by this all the time, and I that's a real missed opportunity, and it just becomes a really visually a one of those things that I always find jarring visually. Is just like, what is that wall there for? So I wish there was something that you could actually that particularly, I really dislike how that facade is facing Highland Drive.
I'm sorry to hear that, Amy. I think so. We, on the first floor, we meet the glazing requirement. On the upper floor, we try to add some windows, knowing that it is the west side. We don't want too much heat gain on that part of the building, but we do have some activation, and that's why I wanted to show you some of the renderings of the buildings we've done, because I think in the end it will be very elegant. I know it's hard on rendering; it doesn't look exciting, but I think it's very well composed and very well proportioned. I think it will look very good when it's built.
Yeah, well, I'm probably not going to agree with you on that, but this will be something that I look at nearly every day. So I wish it was a little bit more pleasing to the eye, but we can move on, Mr.
Commissioners, before we move into the public hearing or further into the meeting, can I please ask that all of you maintain your video feeds? We need this to maintain an active quorum. Thank you.
Thanks. If there are no further questions, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this.
Let's see. As far as the community council goes, this is in Sugar House. I do not see Judy and Landon in the meeting. So next up is Joy. Go ahead, Joy.
Yes, state your name for the record, Joy, and you'll have 2 minutes.
This is not the project I'm looking for.
Thanks for the clarification. If you can lower your hand and then bring it back up. Oh,
How did I do it?
She must have hit that by mistake. Thank you.
thanks. If
That
we
was like a Jedi mind trick.
exactly. If we have no one desiring to give comment, and do we have any emails that have come in?
No, I do not see any emails.
We'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll come back to the commission for more questions, discussion, and a motion.
I'll make a motion. Based on the information presented in discussion, I move that the commission approves this plan development application as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Scheer, or excuse me, a motion from Commissioner Gant and a second from Commissioner Scheer. Any discussion to the motion? We will go ahead and vote. Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
Yes, sorry.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Bitten.
Can I ask a clarifying question real quick? Is this for the planned development or the second one?
The plan development.
Okay, yes.
Commissioner Gant.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. The plan development motion passes unanimously.
I'll make a motion.
Based on the information presented and discussion, I move the commission approves the design review application PLN PCM 2023-00525 as recommended by staff.
I'll second that.
We have a motion from Commissioner Gale and a second from Commissioner Shear. Any discussion to the motion? We'll go ahead and vote. Commissioner Benton,
Yes.
Commissioner Shear,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Barry,
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle,
Yes.
Commissioner Gale,
Yes.
Commissioner Gent,
Yep.
and the chair will also vote yes. The design review motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair, could we please take a 5-minute break?
Sounds good. We will reconvene at 7:00 or 7:11.
Please make
Thank
sure
you for your time.
microphones are muted. Commissioners, just a reminder to turn your cameras back on when you're back at your desk.
You took the words right out of my mouth. If you're back, go ahead and turn your cameras on so we know you're there. Looks like we're just, oh, here comes Commissioner Scheer. Thank you. We'll go ahead and get started again. The next item is number 4, rezone and general plan amendment for Douglas Ward at approximately 721 South, 1200 East. Case numbers PLN PCM 2023-00496 and case number PLN PCM 2023-00639. And our planner is Megan Booth.
Hello, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. My name is Megan Booth and I am a principal planner in the planning division, and I am here to discuss the Douglas Ward rezone and general plan amendment. Jim Brewer, the applicant, is the head of the McGillis School, and he is requesting a general planning zoning amendment to expand the McGillis School campus by purchasing the Douglas Ward building at 721 South, 1200 East. The property contains 2 parcels. Pictured is the Douglas Ward House. The property has approximately 0.57 acres or 24,829 square feet. The existing building has a footprint of 8,781 square feet and 2 floors. The building was constructed in 1950 in the minimalist traditional style using straight-up brick. The current zoning district of the property is R2, single and 2-family residential district, shown in yellow. The proposed zoning district is I, institutional, shown in light blue. A rezone is necessary to use the building as a private school, as a private school is not an allowed use in the R2 zone. The Central Community Master Plan designates the properties as low-density residential, shown in yellow. The applicant requests the Central Community Future Land Use Map designation be amended to institutional, shown in the light blue. I just want to make sure that I mention that the institutional land uses under 4 acres in size were not originally shown on the future land use map. Residential uses surround the property, including a single-family residence to the north, a duplex to the south, and Sapphire Springs apartment building across the street to the west. To the rear of the church are more single-family homes that face Douglas Street. The church building is currently unused and being sold by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The distance between the school and the church is approximately 0.02 miles or roughly a 5-minute walk. Existing infrastructure is already in place, including sidewalks, a marked and striped crosswalk at the corner of 700 South and 1200 East, and the McGillis School will take safety precautions and other measures for the students traveling between the 2 buildings. So looking at our standards of approval for general plan compliance, the proposal is consistent with Plan Salt Lake. The plan aims to maintain neighborhood stability, promote accessible services, encourage growth, preserve neighborhood character, incorporate historic elements, and balance preservation with the flexibility for growth and change. It is also consistent with the Central Community Master Plan, which the McGill School's proposed use of the Douglas Ward Building as a private school within an existing neighborhood aligns with the principles of maintaining the historic fabric, supporting quality living without harming citizens, and preserving historic structures in residential neighborhoods. One thing that we look at as staff is the compatibility with adjacent properties. Staff looked at the compatibility with the nearby properties when evaluating this request for an amendment. The following were identified in the zoning comparison included in the staff report. Staff's opinion is that the configuration of the site is mitigated by the development regulations of the zone. The first regulation I want to discuss is height. The potential negative impacts of height on the adjacent land uses will be minimized, as any height request over 35 feet requires a design review by the Planning Commission per the institutional zoning requirements. The proposal to reuse the building by the McGill School does not include an increase in height of the existing building at this time. The next regulation I'd like to talk about is setbacks. I included the existing setbacks in the staff report, but the setback requirements of the I-zone would increase the building further from the adjacent properties than it sits today. And the setbacks would only increase further if there was any request for an increase in height over 35 feet at this location. Land uses. If the city council approves the zoning and general plan amendment, it will allow for all the uses listed as permitted in the institutional zone. The proposed use is for a private school and no other uses are being proposed at this time. Schools and education are considered social services. This is mentioned in the Central Community Master Plan. The school will use the church, which is already compatible with adjacent land uses and preserved at this time, which will uphold the neighborhood integrity. Parking and traffic. This is another topic that came up in a few public comments, but the school plans to maintain the primary pickup and drop off at the existing school with only a few administrative parking spaces on the church property. With an enrollment of 395 students, the parking requirement would be 20 stalls, which can be met on site at the existing school with a shared parking agreement. The anticipated student occupancy at the church building is around 50 and at the most 100. The parking requirement would be 5 stalls, which can be met on site with the existing 9 stalls. And I did include a picture so you could see. One thing important to notate is the on-street parking cannot be counted toward meeting the parking requirement. As far as public input, Councilmember Anna Valdemeros submitted a letter of support with the application. The East Central Community Council was also given time to weigh in on the proposal and was in unanimous support of the rezone and general plan amendment. The proposal was reviewed during their general meeting with approximately 72 neighbors present. We did include public comments in the staff report. A theme of the comments is the reuse of the existing building, which is the proposal by the applicant. And the applicant materials also included letters of support and signatures from community members. So with that being said, staff is recommending the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the City Council for the zoning and general plan map amendment. And that is my presentation.
Thank you. Let's have the applicant come and present. There we go.
Thank you very much. May I share my screen?
Go ahead.
Okay. And can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Oh,
right.
we're seeing the other screen.
Okay. Let me stop that for a second. I share a different version of it. How's that? Is that okay?
That works.
Okay. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Jim Brewer, and I'm the head of the McGill School. And I've been head here for 6 years. And I feel fortunate to not only be at the school, but also a member of our Douglas community neighborhood. And I want to thank Megan Booth for her work on behalf of the school. And I also want to thank the Planning Commission for the opportunity to speak tonight and for the reading that you've done to prepare for this evening. I'm very excited to tell you more about McGillis and why this rezoning effort is important to the school and also supported by our neighbors. We are a K-8 private independent school rooted in Jewish culture and values, and we are open to all students. Our mission is to instill in our students a love of learning and the abilities to think critically, live ethically, and appreciate the value of each individual. We are truly a unique school, and we approach education very holistically. And these values guide us, and they help us empower students to be good, kind human beings ready to repair our world. Our current enrollment, as Megan alluded, is 395 students, and we have sustained that enrollment between 390 and 400 students for the past 5 years. McGillis is in our 34th school year and our 21st school year in the Douglas neighborhood at what once was the Douglas Elementary School. We began in 1990 with 11 students in the basement of Congregation Kolomee. And years later, as the school grew, we utilized the basement of the Jewish Community Center when it was located on 17 South. The school quickly grew to over 100 students in less than 10 years, and we needed space. And therefore, we purchased the Douglas Elementary School in 2002. We completely renovated and restored the facility, and we opened it to students as the McGillis School in 2003. So McGillis today is once again in need of more educational space. And we seek to acquire the Douglas Ward building to allow us to expand our programming offered at the school. Our spaces inside our current facilities are very tight. We're in our second year of operating classes inside the modular classroom building that you see pictured here next to our playground. We have a lot of shared spaces amongst our classes, shared cramped offices for faculty, staff. The Douglas Ward building allows us to grow a very value-centered, innovative program and curriculum that will be beneficial to all of our learners. And we seek this opportunity as we really see it as a once-in-a-generation opportunity. We're in a densely populated residential neighborhood with mixed housing near an urban center, and the ability to acquire new space that is as close to move-in ready for educational purposes as we could hope for does not present itself often. This opportunity really feels like a dream for a school whose educational programming is in demand and that needs space. This opportunity also really bridges our present with our future. We're developing a campus master plan that really enhances learning spaces inside and outside of our building. And this opportunity is one that has come and gone twice before us. And in that process, we've doubled down on our efforts to solve space issues and create unique programming on our current campus. So with this, we really see a future where we can improve our current campus and what we hope becomes this campus addition with this acquisition to make both ideal learning spaces for students. And finally, we launched a new division of our school 3 years ago. Now in its 4th year, the Learning Center at McGillis, or the TLC as we call it, is a school within a school model supporting students with language-based learning differences. That includes dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia. And we began that program just during COVID in 2020 with 8 students, and it grew to 24 in year 2, 30 last year, and 36 students this school year. And it is truly a one-of-a-kind program that does not exist anywhere else in the state of Utah. We have people come from all over the state, and we've even had a few families relocate from out of state just for this unique educational experience that their child needs. So this space can do so much for our McGillis community, and we know that this space can also do so much for our Douglas neighbors and the greater Salt Lake community. We have a history of using the Douglas Ward. Our school, when we were doing construction on this addition to the Douglas Elementary building, we added 60,000 square feet in 2010. During that phase, our students walked between the ward and the school on a daily basis to use the ward's gym for physical education. We have a relationship with this building. We have a relationship with the neighborhood, and we've been a good steward of the neighborhood and a friend to our neighbors for over 20 years. So our track record is good and it's strong. We've restored a beautiful elementary school that was built in 1915. We added an aesthetically pleasing and near identical addition in 2010. We host the East Central Community Neighborhood meetings here at the school. We rake our neighbors' leaves every November with our fall leaf haul. We allow our neighbors to use our playgrounds and our field space for kids and dogs outside of school hours. We try very hard to be a good neighbor, and we believe we have good neighbors, and there's very much mutual respect. This process has really been a journey for McGillis. For just over 2 years, we've really hoped to have this opportunity to acquire the Ward building. We have twice bid on the property, and we've twice lost to other bidders. And although we presented our case and we expressed our interest before it ever went to market, we are informed that indeed it would go to market. So we lost to a higher bidder. And when that deal fell through, we were asked again to submit a best and final offer, and we lost again. And after the second deal fell through, we were approached directly to inquire of our interest to buy the ward. And so here we are, and we hope that the third time is a charm, not just for us McGillis, but also for a neighborhood who supports our acquisition of this property. The property's been used as an LDS ward for 70 years under R2 zoning, and we're applying for I zoning, and we do not need any exceptions for this zoning. We will live within the boundaries of institutional zoning restrictions. And as a school that truly learns and understands about local issues, we recognize the plight for housing in our city. And we suspect at least one of the previous bidders was a developer. We respect that need, and we know that the city is working really hard on this issue. And we also respect that our neighbors wish for this building to remain intact and be used specifically by McGillis. We as a school add character and life to this neighborhood, and we bring a meaningful purpose with our presence. So it is our intention to maintain the integrity of this building and have a low impact and a positive influence on the Douglas neighborhood and our neighbors on 12 East. We do plan for light building modifications, which has already included the removal of the steeple, which was executed by the church. And our goal is to maintain the integrity of the facility and prepare with minimal renovations in hopes that we can use this building at the start of the 24-25 school year. So these are improvements and repairs that can and must be done to occupy the space, but none of that is going to require major construction or design modifications. We plan for light construction to the interior space, ADA accessibility, fire suppression, new windows and doors. We know we want the building to maintain similar architectural design. We do anticipate fencing for safety protection of our students, and we're going to work diligently to design a school safety plan for this added location and for the neighborhood. We've already successfully added recent traffic calming measures on 7 South for our students. We do not anticipate drop-off and pickup of students for arrival or dismissal at this location. We would keep that to our main campus. We do expect teachers and students to walk in groups to and from the ward building, just as we did in 2010. So McGillis has long been mindful of creating culture, and we are a fabric of the neighborhood and it of us. And we will continue to work thoughtfully and openly with our neighbors to be partners and making sure we continue to add value to the neighborhood. We're very mindful of the change that this can bring, and we have experience of taking old spaces and breathing new life into them, while still remaining a community that is open to more than just those who attend our school, but also those who live near it and who want to be a part of it as well. So thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Chair, I have a question. Couple questions. First of all, if I can take half a second to acknowledge that this has been a tough time for Jewish community and everyone who has loved ones and people they care about in the Middle East. And so my best wishes are for that everybody can find some peace or some hope. How tall is this building? Maybe that's a question for Megan. Does it comply to all of the like building massing and stuff like institute?
So earlier I talked about the fact that institutional uses under 4 acres in size were not originally included on the central community future land use map. Although we know that if this was rezoned, it would become a non-conforming structure because as explained, those setbacks are bigger and they're smaller now, so they're not going to meet as far as it would be non-conforming. But what the Central Community Master Plan also pointed out is that we reuse or rezoning of these institutional buildings, although they may create a non-conforming situation, would be looked at on a one-on-one basis. So as far as tall as the steeple is, I don't know, Jim, if you have an answer to that. I don't have that number off the top of my head.
The steeple's been removed, so it's as tall as the pitch of the roof, which not exactly for what that number is.
Okay. Well, that's always calculated kind of crazy anyway, so.
But Amy, that would all be looked at building permit when they submit
okay,
to retrofit the building.
Okay. My other, I wanted to clarify that rezoning does not require that they reuse the existing building, right? So if we want to make that, if we want to make sure that the existing building is reused, we would suggest, or we could recommend a development agreement with
So the
city
development
council.
agreement would be with the city council. You
Yeah.
could recommend that if the commission decided that the reuse of the building, but that follows the zoning. So
okay,
something to consider. And Wayne, do you want to say anything regarding that?
No, I was just gonna, if the commission does choose to recommend a condition to the city council to reuse the building, it would be great if you could include your thoughts on the parameter for the reuse of that building. I believe that the McGillis School would like to make some improvements. So just a thought, give us some good direction on maybe what you would like to see preserved and maintained if you choose to go that way.
okay. So if the other commissioners are interested in that too, maybe help me think about how we would do that. And would we need to reference a standard in making that recommendation, or is it we could just say it?
With rezones, there are factors to consider. There are standards, but actually with it being a legislative item, the city council can make their decision. They don't have to make a finding on every one of those standards, but there is a standard that probably would fit, and that is how would the zoning amendment affect adjacent properties? And I think that would be one that you could point to, that if you think that, just rezoning to institutional and allowing a building to be built under the institutional zone might have an effect on the adjacent properties, then that might be a good reference point.
Okay, thank you.
And Amy, I do want to speak up and say that preserving and reusing something is something that we as staff looked at as a condition, but defining those parameters and trying to model those exterior changes, we didn't want to limit, the options for the school. So.
Yeah, I have no problem with having LDS wards around. I feel like historic preservation, given its negative environmental consequences on buildings, we know that they're very expensive to preserve and they have worse environmental footprints than new construction. The academic research shows that. And unless we have some compelling reason that we think we won't have any remaining LDS wards as evidence of Salt Lake architecture, I guess I'd be very hesitant to impose that sort of, to recommend that sort of development agreement.
If we don't have any further questions or comments, let's go ahead and open the public comment, open the public hearing.
Okay, so first, Community Council, Esther Hunter. Go ahead, Esther.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, you'll have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. This one was an easy one. 4 years ago, the Church of Jesus Christ came to us and said that they were closing 3 wards in our area. And we immediately started looking around to see who we might be able to talk into considering this particular building. And we immediately landed on McGillis, because McGillis has been such an outstanding neighbor and did such an outstanding job on the addition and the renovation of the building that they did do. They have also in the last couple of years served as one of our main community centers. So we are very appreciative to their work. But to do our due diligence, because the rezone actually runs with the land and does not depend on who actually owns the building. Not that we have any doubt that McGillis will continue, but we never know what can happen in life. So we asked Megan to do some additional review for us related to just what the institutional use could all become. And we really appreciate what Megan did related to that. And Amy, we really appreciate your thought about the reuse of the building, because that is actually one of the main things that our community cared about, was having the building remain, not just from a historical standpoint, but the reference point to our neighbors, the environmental impact of taking down products and rebuilding and shipping and all the rest of the cost that is to the environment and to the neighborhood and what it could become instead. So we strongly support this upzone and truly trust the ability of the McGillis to do an outstanding job for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Joy. Go ahead, Joy.
State your full name for the record and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Joy Waldron. I live on 7th South and 12th East. I would like to speak in favor of making the zoning change. I have lived in this home for 65 plus years, and I love the building. I walk the neighborhood a lot, and I have talked to many of the neighbors that I know, and I have not heard a negative comment about the school getting the property. McGillis has been very much an asset to our neighborhood, and they've been great neighbors, and the children walk by my home on a regular basis, and I love to see the children. So I am very much in favor of the school being able to get the property, and I am concerned that the building is standing vacant for so long. I would like to see it occupied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Cindy Cromer.
You'll have 2 minutes, Cindy. Yeah, it looks like you're muted right now.
Yeah, can you unmute yourself, Cindy?
Showing. Sorry,
There
you
you
didn't
go.
show me the little screen to unmute.
Yeah,
So
sorry about that.
I'm still Cindy Cromer, and I speak to you as someone who worked in the building that now houses McGillis School for over 20 years. I know of no group more qualified to retrofit an historic building. McGillis has already done a fabulous job with an old building, already done it. Prior to April of 1995, churches and schools were permitted uses in all residential zones. They were treated the same. Based on the city's decision about other non-conforming uses, such as medical clinics, I don't see why the non-conforming right to use the building as a church has not been extended to the school. Earlier this year, I identified 7 historic churches in jeopardy within Salt Lake City. Certainly, the city should welcome a proposal to reuse one of these historic structures. There is a benefit of protecting the embodied energy in the structure while concurrently protecting the community benefit of the structure in the fabric of the neighborhood. It is urgent that the city streamline the adaptive reuse of educational and religious buildings. These uses, conforming when introduced, should not be so difficult to bring into conforming status. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Bosch Schwartz. You will need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, you'll have 2 minutes.
That's you, Marty.
Go ahead.
This is we're here with Carolyn Abravanel, who is going to speak with you. Carolyn Abravanel lives next door to the McGillis School.
Good evening. I have many issues and I don't want to appear negative, but my main concern is with the increase of your students. It's going to affect not only the foot traffic, but the vehicle traffic with students, staff, and parents. traveling between the two campuses. And right now, it is, for example, so difficult for me to even get out of my driveway. My husband bought this home. There were many, many reasons, but one was for the noise level and for how it was situated. I hate the change. I know change is good, but we can't ignore tradition. And I don't want our neighborhood to end up like so many others that I see in the valley. I'm so emotional about this. I'm concerned that with the opening of this amendment, it's going to open other floodgates. I know the school has purchased the home to the east of me, the home on the street behind me, on homes on 13th East. And I'm thinking, is this just a small step in what the school is going to do? I don't want the fabric of my neighborhood changed. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, excuse me. Next up is Kelly Manning.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kelly Manning. I am a parent of a student at McGillis. And first, I just want to thank the commission for the opportunity to speak on behalf of McGillis acquiring the Douglas Ward and making the zoning change. And thank you, Megan, for your presentation. My son Cooper, who is in 6th grade this year, started at McGillis 4 years ago when the Learning Center launched. The Learning Center, as Jim explained, is a school within a school model that serves kids with specific language-based learning disabilities, which most typically is dyslexia. The Learning Center is truly unique. It is the only program of its kind in Utah. And as parents of kids who are dyslexic, we are so fortunate to have the TLC and McGillis here. We feel like we are in the right place at the right time. The Learning Center started with 8 students and has grown to more than 30, and that is part of the 395 students at the school. Acquiring the Douglas Ward wouldn't be specific, of course, to the Learning Center, as Jim mentioned, but it would give the school more flexible space so the Learning Center can continue to grow and serve students like my son Cooper. And I just want to mention too that my husband and I say all the time when we're talking about McGillis that the administrators are as professional and organized as a team of, leadership team that we've ever worked with in any business or nonprofit setting. And we know that they will continue to be responsible, respectful, and be great neighbors in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Andrew Garam.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hey, hi, thanks. My name is Andrew Garan. I am both a neighbor of McGillis on Douglas and 700 South and a parent of 4 kids that I'm putting through McGillis, one who's already graduated. We started in kindergarten. I haven't lived here 65 years, but I think that I will have had one of the most kids going through McGillis at one time. Over 20 years is my goal. I will say that I understand some of the concerns that have been raised regarding traffic and parking. I know that having lived in this neighborhood for a decade, I love the neighborhood. I love seeing children walking around. And I know that McGillis takes the neighborhood very seriously and that everything that Jim Brewer said is transparent and honest. They will do everything they can to make sure that they preserve the integrity of the neighborhood and work with the community. I've been over there multiple times in the space to use it off hours, and they are very open to, building that up for the community. So I'm in strong support of this, both as a parent and a neighbor of McGillis School, and know that they will do everything they can to make sure that it maintains the community that we have in the Douglas neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Millie Pichardo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'd just like to say I'm speaking as a parent of a student at McGillis and a citizen here in Salt Lake. I am actually wanting to say that I support the purchase from the McGillis School. And I want to comment to say that, like, I have felt in my 9 years with a child at McGillis a real care from McGillis for the neighborhood and the world around it. I want to mention that the schools, the teachers, and administration truly care about the neighborhood. Not just that, but like actually have taught my child to love that neighborhood. It's so rare to see kids care for the area that their school is in, but they do. I believe this would be a good addition to the school. To the neighborhood and to the school. I'm just here to say that I support it.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands and no new emails that have come in.
We will go, it looks like, oh, there we go. We will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for discussion and a motion.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for staff or for McGillis. Why do we have to rezone this area? R2 permits a seminary, a religious institution, a school, and it seems to me like that would definitely be covered by McGillis School would definitely be covered by that. And if we do not have to rezone it, it could just be a conditional use and therefore not subject to something like a helicopter pad in the future, which is also an institutional use. So I'm actually concerned with the neighbors. Who doesn't want McGillis School to expand? Nobody, basically, okay? A couple of people perhaps are concerned about change, but I think that basically we all appreciate what a good neighbor they've been. But I don't understand why we have to open this up to just any institutional use when it could be allowed under an R2 zone.
I'm happy to answer that for you, Commissioner Scheer. So we had the McGillis School come in for a pre-submittal meeting. And through the pre-submittal meeting, we took a look at the definitions in our zoning ordinance and the way that McGillis is not tied to a public school district. It is considered a private school, and a private school specifically is not allowed in the R2 zone. So it was determined at that time, because of the way that it's defined, and also Utah State Code, it doesn't qualify for any of the, we looked at the state code for private or for public schools and charter schools, and if any of their programming would qualify them to come in under Utah, an exception under the state code, but unfortunately they could not. So that is why we're going through this process.
I'll just add my voice to Bree's, or to Commissioner Scheer's, which is, I wish there was a way short of rezoning this, because the change in the zoning does open it up to things like communication towers or heliports. And I don't think that's anything anybody would want to see in that neighborhood, but those are things that, should something happen and this property be owned by someone else, they would be able to do that by right.
Yeah, Commissioner Gale, I'm thinking that maybe a way to mitigate that is, like, what if the footprint of the building has to stay the same, or it has to, I don't know how to say it, but if the building is substantially the same, but then and you rezone and it still could be used as a medical clinic, that probably, maybe that's our best attempt at making the rezone not affect the neighboring, or not super negatively affect the neighboring properties. I mean, does a development agreement happen? Because actually, like, the school doesn't own this property right now, right?
They're under contract for it right now.
Yeah, so so the development agreement, if that was done with the city council, that would be between the school and the city. And then the zoning only takes place if the development agreement is followed through. Is that how that works? Like it really makes it conditional?
Yes.
So I feel like that's
Go ahead.
Can you make like can you make the rezoning dependent upon something? You can't make it dependent on like McGillis purchasing this or limiting the use to a private school. Can you? Can we? I mean, well, we can't do it anyway, but could we recommend it?
You could recommend to the city council that a development agreement or a restrictive covenant be part of the rezone that would limit the uses on the property. They could do that. They do that from time to time.
And can I just, for clarity, a heliport is a conditional use. Would you be able to mitigate detrimental impacts of a heliport?
I mean,
So
a
it's
dental
not a light by
office-
right. I just wanted to throw that out there because I think I heard
A
it.
dental office.
I'm just looking, oh, pardon me.
A hospital is permitted, like a library is permitted, and those would have significant effect, different use, I think. A bed and breakfast than a school using an existing church building. So I'm super in favor if someone can figure it out of saying to substantially use the existing building because or that the something.
Amy, so that the verbiage substantial, that is actually exactly how I originally wrote the condition to reuse it. But how do you define substantial and what that looks like? Are we talking about the front facade, the footprint? As you can see, that is why I lean to no condition that we allow the ice zone, but I actually 3D modeled the development potential of the site. And I really felt that the institutional zoning, with having to go through design review, as well as the setbacks, would mitigate the impacts on the adjacent property owners. Because the height limitation in R2 is 28 feet. I is 35, so we're talking 7 feet, which isn't even enough for a floor. The apartment building across the street is already 3 stories tall. With the steeple removed, that's going to be very comparable to what the height of the church is, even though that elevation, going east is a little taller. So those are all the kind of things and questions that I went through, and I hope that helps answer some of your questions.
Well, also the fact that we would just be making a recommendation. I wonder if like our recommendation could be really broad. You know what I mean? Like where we do say like significantly use this building because that actual agreement and that actual decision is a legislative decision and they can make their decision based on anything they want.
Commissioner Burrows, I think what we're trying to do for city council is ease their workload. That's sort of what I view on legislative things. They have a lot on their agenda. And I think throwing it up with making them kind of find some concrete language that we couldn't find doesn't achieve that purpose. I think it makes their jobs more difficult. The other thing I would say about, what if it is in the school, they're already under contract on this. I suspect there's a letter between McGillis and the current owner that is, we will do XYZ if we get this entitlement change. I think that you're right. It's true that there could be something else there if that falls through, but it's really quite low probability, I think, at this point. If city council approves if we recommend the rezone, city council approves it. Like, I think it's like, we're talking well below, my guess is it's like below 1 in 1,000 chance that it's going to be used for anything other than a school, given the current contract. That'd be my guess. So it's just not a big worry. And I just think, why make city council's life difficult?
I mean, I think that's the case for the immediate future, but say 5-10 years down the road, the school finds a better campus, they've increased their student load to something that won't really be able to be managed in these 2 campuses, then you have a more permanent, you have this permanent rezone. And I just want to be clear, I'm looking at the page, I think it's 60 out of 67 on the staff report. And it does list heliport on the side with permitted uses. So if that's incorrectly listed, can you just clarify for us? Because I do think there are some things listed under that permitted uses. There are things people could then do by right in the middle of what's otherwise a neighborhood. I have no problem with the school expand. I think it's a great school. I think it's a fantastic plan. I just think thinking long-term, I think Commissioner Burrow's suggestions about making some recommendations or sending on some suggestions to the council are not inappropriate given the long-term nature of zoning.
I was just looking, I'm looking in the code library for the city of Salt Lake City, and the definition of schools definitely includes private schools. So I don't understand why this is an issue. It's any school, an institution of learning or instruction primarily catering to minors, whether public or private, which is licensed at such facility by either the city or the state of Utah. And I'm assuming that McGillis School is licensed. So I don't understand why we can't just go with an R2. I would ask you to please find that for me in the code, that where a private school is not allowed to be a school.
I can jump in. It's in the land use tables. If you look in the land use tables in 21A33 of the zoning ordinance, it lists specifically schools, and it separates them out, private versus public. So if you look in the special purpose districts, which is what the institutional zone is in,
yes,
that lists schools, private and public. And so since we have those split out into the separate land use tables, that's what we're bound by.
Is that a similar, we have that similar difference in the land use tables for R2?
Give me a minute, I'm going there right now.
This is crazy.
Actually, in the residential zones, the only schools that are even in the land use tables in the residential zone are school, music conservatory, school professional and vocational, school, seminary, and religious institute. And this is not any of those, and none of those are allowed in the R2.
What? And I looked at page 60, just to get back to the heliport, because I love saying heliport. I don't even see it here. Oh, that's incorrect.
Yeah, the staff report's incorrect in that. So
Okay.
heliports are conditional uses.
Yes.
But communication towers, those are permitted still? Let me look at the list.
Oops.
Not antennas, those are conditional. Okay.
Schools are not a permitted use. I mean, not a conditional use in R2. That's
No.
what the staff report says, that schools are a conditional use. Schools, comma, seminaries, religious institutions. Those are conditional uses in R2. That's what the staff report says. And if we define schools.
Give me a second.
Sorry, I went to find the ordinance and
Give
it
us a
dropped me
second.
off.
It's the way that unfortunately, the staff report, the way that it is worded this school, comma, seminary, and religious institute. That does not mean that a school is allowed, a seminary is allowed, and a religious institute is allowed. The land use tables, what that means is that there's a bunch of different types of schools. One of those types of schools is a seminary and religious institute. So private and public schools aren't allowed in the R2 zone.
Under conditional use.
That's right.
Not allowed as a conditional use in the R2
They're
zone.
not allowed at all.
That seems okay.
The applicants got their hand up. Go ahead and respond.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for inviting me back in. We were actually invited by the city to go through to make a change in this. And we're really not in this for any other reason than we're in this for the long haul. We want to use this as a school, and we're just seeking the same zoning that all the other private schools have, which is institutional. So that's where we are, and that's why it seemed a little weird to us that we had to kind of hear, but we were invited to kind of go through this as the process. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I guess we're just going to have to trust that McGillis School is not going to sell it to Heliport. But I mean, I don't know what else to say other than once we change the zoning on this, they can. And, you know, they can, you know, sell it to any other use that might be an institutional use, which is there quite a lot, you know, a lot of variety. And a height limit on an institutional use is 35 feet. And I don't think this neighborhood's, you know, quite ready for that. So, you know, there's many things that could happen in the future. And I don't know, you know, other than we just have to trust that that they're going to be there for the next 50, 60, 70 years.
I just want to pipe up as I've been thinking about this. So I live close to Westminster College, and probably about 15 years ago, they came to the community wanting to change some zoning to institutional right around the corner from me. And we had this exact same discussion at community council level. And it does come down to a little leap of faith because of that. And I'm here 15 years later, and they've honored what they said they were going to do. So maybe we were lucky in that. But I think the care that McGillis School has taken for the Douglas Elementary School, and I think it just shows that they are going to be in it for the long haul, and it does come down to a leap of faith based on the applicant and what they can show, their history and their commitment to the area that they're currently in. And I feel really comfortable knowing what they've already done and their impact and their mission, that they will continue that into this Douglas Ward. And I hope that the experience that I've had with Westminster College institutional zoning creep is the same in this neighborhood, and that they honor what they say they're going to do.
So this is a question for staff or council, or sorry, yes, Paul. A simple development agreement would be this must be used for a school, and that would limit, and that doesn't require council to do some crazy workaround about our recommendation. It doesn't mean they can't build, you know, a bigger school down the road, but it is a simple thing, and that would somewhat limit uses. I don't know what the rest of the commission says and what Paul thinks about that.
So it is ultimately council's decision as to what happens here, including any terms of a development agreement. And they can make that look like whatever they want. They can address the parameters of the structure. They can address the uses on the property. So, I mean, and it doesn't, that can still be simple. It doesn't have to be overly complex. Basically, they're going to do what they're going to do. You have a voice here to tell the council what you think ought to happen, including
Yeah,
the structure, the use.
Mm-hmm.
Paul, you mentioned that one option might be recommending even a restrictive covenant, right? That would run with the land and would restrict the use.
Yeah, and in some cases, in development agreements where the council likes to do those in development agreements, I'll throw some language in there that basically says, this is a restrictive covenant that is going to run with the land. The terms of this development agreement will serve as a restrictive covenant. Personally, I like just doing restrictive covenants because they're simpler. We just say, go record a restrictive covenant, come back to us when you're done, we'll publish the ordinance. The council likes development agreements. Sometimes they're useful.
I believe we've reached a point where someone should attempt a motion.
I
I'll-
can give it a shot.
I was
Oh,
gonna
go
say, I
ahead.
really want Commissioner Gale to do it. That's what I was gonna say. I'm voting for you.
Well, I can give it a shot. Based on the information presented and the discussion, I move that the commission forward a positive recommendation to the city council for this, I'm reading the wrong one, zoning map amendment. With the additional recommendation that the city council engage in a discussion regarding a possible development agreement or restrictive covenant limiting long-term use of the property to a school or similar institutional function.
I would second that. I will second that.
We have a motion from Commissioner Gale and a second from Commissioner Gent. Any discussion to the motion? We will go ahead and vote. Commissioner Bitton,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Tuttle,
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer,
Yes.
Commissioner Barry,
Yes.
Commissioner Gale,
Yes.
Commissioner Gent,
Yes.
and the chair will also vote yes. That gets forwarded on to the city council unanimously. We also have the general plan amendment motion.
I'll do a motion. It's simple. Based on the information presented and the discussion, I move that the commission forward a positive recommendation to the city council for this general plan amendment.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Burrows and a second from Commissioner Scheer. Any discussion to the motion? We'll go ahead and vote. Commissioner Scheer. She just gave a thumbs up.
Sorry, hard to find my mute button. Too many screens.
Commissioner Barry,
Yes.
Commissioner Gale,
Yes.
Commissioner Bitton,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle,
Yes.
Commissioner Gent,
Yes.
and the chair will also vote yes. That also forwards a positive recommendation unanimously to the city council. We will move on to our next item, item number 5, general plan amendment, zoning map amendment and plan development at approximately 2445 South, 500 East. Case numbers PLN PCM 2023-00538, PLN PCM 2023-00462, and PLN PCM 2023-00461. And our planner is Trevor Ovenden. And you're sharing your screen, but it's not the slideshow, it's the presenter view.
Oh, great. Let's see here. Well, let's see if I can figure out how to change that. If not, we might have to look at that one.
Usually what I do is wait to share my screen in Zoom until after I have the, okay, that worked. That worked. We see it now.
Okay. All right, perfect. Okay, and everyone can hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. Okay, and we can see my presentation. Okay, I'm gonna take it as yes. Okay, I will jump into it.
Trevor, you're back
Okay,
on
this is
the presenter.
Thanks, Aubrey. Okay, how about now?
You're good.
Yep, we're good.
Okay, okay, thanks. Alrighty, this is a request for a general plan amendment, zoning map amendment, and plan development approval for a townhome project at approximately 2445 South, 500 East. This is the second phase of the project. The first phase is located directly to the north at 2435 South, 500 East, and has already received planning approval. The zoning amendment request being considered today only apply to the phase 2 property. The plan development request considers both phases of the project together as a single site, and staff is recommending approval of the requests. The applicant is requesting to rezone the phase 2 property from R1 7000 to RMF 35 to allow for the construction of townhomes at this site. A general plan amendment has been requested because the future land use designation of this property does not support the applicant's request to rezone the property from R1 7000 to RMF 35. The phase 1 property is already zoned RMF 35. The plan development request is required for zoning modifications to allow the townhomes to be subdivided onto their own lots, as well as a reduction in front and rear yard setbacks. Plan development approval is also required to modify the phase 1 development plan to include the phase 2 property. Oops, sorry. The project will include 28 townhomes within 7 buildings. 20 units are proposed for the phase 1 property and 8 are proposed for the phase 2 property. The site is within the Sugar House General Plan and Community Council area, and the site is about 1.32 acres. Each townhome unit will include a 2-car garage, providing 56 off-street parking spaces total. This is the site plan provided by the applicant. And here are a few photos of the site and the surrounding area. The area is well served by transit and other amenities. Bus service is available on 500 East and is slated for service improvements. The 500 East Sugar House S-Line stop is 0.3 miles away. There are several schools and grocery stores over a mile away from the site, and bike lanes are available on 500 East. The Sugar House master plan is the general plan applicable to the site, and the plan designates the future land use of the phase 2 property as low density residential, but the plan provides criteria for medium density residential land uses. Staff finds that this site meets these criteria. Amending the property's future land use designation from low density residential to medium density residential would support the applicant's request to rezone this property from R1 7000 to RMF 35. The request is supported by goals in Plan Salt Lake and Housing SLC that encourage infill development on underutilized land and additional density near transit investment corridors. The RMF 35 designation requested by the applicant would allow for building height up to 35 feet and additional housing types such as duplexes, townhomes, multifamily dwellings, and assisted living facilities. Front and rear yard setbacks are similar to those in the R1 7000 zone. No side yard setback is required for townhomes, but if a setback is provided, it must be at least 4 feet. The parking requirement for single-family uses is the same in both zones. This request was reviewed against the standards for zoning amendments in Chapter 21A50 and standards for plan developments in 21A55. Staff finds that the proposal complies with the applicable standards. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the plan development with conditions and recommends that the City Council approve the zoning amendment request. I'm happy to answer questions, and the applicant is available to answer questions as well.
Let's go ahead and have the applicant present.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council and staff. Thank you so much for all you do to make these projects go through. I'll be short and brief. We already have approval for the first 20 units. Next door was a residential unit. It came up in our original planning commission meeting that the impact on the residential user was one of the concerns. We after the meeting met with the residential user, and she had let us know that she was interested in selling the property to be developed as well along with our property, and that she had been approached by the original applicant. We are not the original applicant. We bought the project and took it over. At that point, we reached an agreement with Esther. She is works TSA at the airport. She's a wonderful woman, to sell her property to us, and we included it in this. Our next door neighbors now are all multifamily users across, and this neighborhood is in desperate need of homeowners and people who actually own the properties rather than renters. The neighborhood has consistently several renters in the neighborhood, and we want to produce a product to go to market for sale. These townhomes, there are 28 of them. The area is heavily wooded, and we want to increase the amount of trees we will be clearing out some center trees, but adding trees. Having this additional piece of property allows us to center the road and have the road, which will mitigate a lot of traffic issues, go through. It connects to Warnock, so this is not a dead-end street or a turnaround. This will go from 5th East all the way through to Warnock and allow people ingress and egress from both locations. It meets all requirements of both zoning and planning overall, and we are hoping that the Planning Commission tonight will approve our project.
Thank you. Can we have you state your name for the record, please?
Philip Winston, Altus Development Group.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission?
Yes, I visited the site today and I noticed that there was a tree that had been recently felled, and I believe that it is an extraordinarily large tree, like maybe 30, 20, 25 inch caliper tree. So was this on the site, the new site that you just acquired? Or I believe that it was, wasn't it?
It was on the site that we acquired. There was a house there that we did not tear down, but was set fire by visitors that were not invited. And I believe that the tree is part of that condition that burned and was removed, as well as the building. Now, several of the trees that are in there are in the building path, so this will require us to do replanting. We've done some research about the freeway, as we abut the freeway and CO, and so we are planning on planting evergreen trees because they soak up the most CO and produce the most oxygen and will create a barrier for us. So trees are very important to us, and this site will be heavily wooded. The name of the new project is Woodland Commons.
Well, it will be heavily paved, actually, not really heavily wooded. To disagree with you a little bit there, it'll be just barely wooded around its edges, and I appreciate that you're doing the evergreens. Is there any issue with having them in the path of the highway like that? You think, like people veering off and hitting or anything like that? Nothing.
We are 40 feet below the highway.
Yeah, you are, but your trees are going to be, I'm assuming, somewhere on that. Are the trees not located on the? Oh, I see the tree. I'm looking at the site plan now. The trees.
No,
are
there is an additional landscape buffer that is there between the freeway and our property of about 40 feet. So no, the trees won't affect that.
Oh, thank you.
If we don't have any further questions right now, let's go ahead and open up the public hearing.
I do not. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, if anyone would like to speak on this item, go ahead and hit the raise hand button.
Now, I do not see any hands raised at this time, and no new emails have been received.
We will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for questions and a motion, or 3 motions, actually.
I am happy to start with a motion. Based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the city council approve this proposal for a general plan amendment based on staff's recommendation.
I will second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Gale and a second from Commissioner Bitten. Any discussion to the motion? We'll go ahead and take a vote. Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Bitten.
Yes.
Commissioner Gant.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. That recommendation passes to the city council unanimously.
I'm prepared to make another motion.
Go ahead.
Based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission approve the application for the planned development with the conditions listed in the staff report and based on staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gale and a second by Commissioner Bitten. Any discussion to the motion? Although I do have one question, whether we need to do the other zoning map amendment before we can do the plan development approval.
I have a question about sort of the phrasing of these motions. I just had to pause. There's a sort of statement they open with, based on the information presented discussion, I move that the commission recommended that the city council approve this proposal for a zoning map amendment. And then there's a based on staff's recommendation following each motion. And I'm just trying to figure out why we're sort of simultaneously saying in the first clause of that sentence, based on the, did you see what I'm saying? Is it seems like we're saying based on twice, and I'm trying to figure out which
It's really based on.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Just it was just a little jarring, but sorry, I interrupted. This is a minor thing, but
We'll work on those. We'll work on those statements.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, and I do think we get more information presented and we do have more discussion than we received just in the staff's recommendation.
that's what I was a little bit concerned about, is that it suggests that we're only following the staff recommendation. And, you know, in this case, we didn't have much feedback in the, but sometimes we do. And if that's the standard recommendation, I just want to be a little careful about that. Sorry, go back. You had another concern about sequencing of events.
Yeah, my other concern was just whether we need to approve both of the legislative items before we go to the administrative one. So that's a question for staff.
Yeah, I think you could do that. That's probably kind of from a systematic approach is the best way to go.
Okay.
So I just want to restate, we're not approving the zoning and general plan, right? That's why we've got some of these conditions on the staff report, which is the plan development is only approved conditioned on the fact that the council approves both of those, regardless of what our recommendations to them.
Correct.
So.
Yeah, then the order doesn't really matter in that case. So If there's no further discussion of the motion, we will go ahead and take a vote on the plan development approval.
Did someone second it?
Commissioner Bitten
Okay.
seconded it.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I just wanted to check. Apologies. Sorry.
It's late.
Yeah, it's late.
Okay, thanks.
Let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Bitten.
Yes.
Commissioner Shear.
Yes. Sorry.
Yes. Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Gent.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. The plan development approval passes unanimously. We have one motion left.
I can just go 3 for 3 on this one.
Sounds good to me.
Based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the city council approve this proposal for a zoning map amendment based on staff's report and recommendation.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion from Commissioner Gale and a second from Commissioner Bitten. Any discussion?
Yeah, would you be open to a friendly amendment to strike that last clause on based on staff's recommendation, given it is in the first clause?
I would not, because I don't agree that it's in the first clause. I mean, I guess it could be the information presented. I would, if you want to amend it, I would put it at the beginning, based on staff's recommendation, the information presented and discussion. I move that the commission recommend that the city council approve the proposal for a zoning map amendment.
May I make some clarifying statements?
Yes,
So,
please.
The information discussed can also be from the applicant and from the public. So it's not all from staff, which is why we have it worded that way.
So yes, but the way it sort of says, at least the way I understand that clause, is they're almost contradictory clauses. The way that Commissioner Gale has recommended that we take all 3 inputs and put them in the first clause, to me seems the most logically consistent, given that it's saying without quantifying the importance of each one's, all 3 of those inputs.
But staff doesn't always recommend what the applicant or the public, have requested.
Absolutely, staff does not. It's all 3 inputs that the commission is making a decision based on. It's all 3 inputs.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's the possibility that the general public disagrees, that staff disagrees, that the applicant, they're all 3 inputs, and putting them in the first clause equally, as opposed to based on this. And then also, it's just a weird way of wording it that seems to be like the finality in that last clause. Ms. Clark suggests that becomes more important than the first clause, the way I read that.
Can definitely work with the attorney's office and get those cleared up.
Any other discussion to the motion? Let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
Yes.
Commissioner Shear.
Yes.
Commissioner Bitten.
Yes.
Commissioner Gent.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. That recommendation also passes on to the city council unanimously. And let's do another 5-minute break because the chair needs to visit the restroom. So we will reconvene at 8:36. And remember to mute your SLC Ballpark Station area. Case number PLN PCM 2023-00169, and our planner is Brooke Olson.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, the purpose of this presentation is to provide a brief recap of the proposal, discuss the primary topics and questions the Planning Commission had during the October 11th work session, and receive additional comments from the public and commission, and potentially make a recommendation to the City Council. The mayor initiated this petition to implement the recommendations in the Ballpark Station Area Plan and rezone properties within the boundaries of the plan. The proposal consists of zoning map amendments to establish zoning districts that align with the plan, and zoning text amendments to establish a new zone, the MU8 Form-Based Mixed-Use District 8. And staff is recommending the commission accept public comment and forward a recommendation to adopt the zoning map and zoning text amendments to the City Council. Just to provide you with some brief background information, the city is proposing to rezone properties in 4 future land use areas, including a portion of the heart of the neighborhood, the Jefferson Park mixed use area, a portion of the Main Street and State Street area. The project area is predominantly zoned a variety of commercial, public lands, and multifamily residential zones, the majority of which do not provide the density, development standards, uses, or urban design elements specified in the plan. Therefore, the city is proposing the amendments. To provide you with a high-level overview of the proposal, the city is proposing 3 new zones in the area, including the proposed Form-Based Mixed-Use 8 District, MU8, Form-Based Urban Neighborhood 1, FBUN1, Form-Based Urban Neighborhood 2, FBUN2, and the city is also proposing to exempt the FBUN2 and MU8 zones from the South State Street Corridor Overlay requirements, which is a modification that has been made since the briefing. The standards of the overlay are less restrictive than the proposed base zoning standards, and the proposed base zoning standards do build upon the requirements of the overlay. Staff is also proposing to preserve some areas of the existing zoning, including the R15000 zone along Merrimack Avenue, the PL and RMF 35 zoning of the Ballpark and Ballpark North parking lot, and the RMU zoning in the Jefferson Park mixed use area, which is residential mixed use. Now, just to touch on the proposed MU8 standards, the proposed zone is proposed to be mapped in the heart of the neighborhood and Main Street and State Street areas. The zone is a high-density form-based mixed-use zone, which allows buildings up to 8 stories in height and a wide variety of uses. The standards are form-based, and some of the general development regulations include a maximum building height of 40 feet for row houses and 90 feet for other building forms. Developments over 50 feet in height would be subject to the design review process. The zone includes open space area and open space area design requirements to ensure sufficient open space is provided, consists of vegetation, and is also usable by the occupants and tenants of the property. The zone does establish sidewalk width requirements, as well as specific ground floor use requirements to increase the walkability in the neighborhood and also activate the neighborhood. The zone is also subject to many design standards to help create pedestrian-oriented developments and also help mitigate the impacts of high-density development on adjacent properties and lower-density zones. Next, I'll touch on FBUN1 standards. The zone is proposed to be mapped in the heart of the neighborhood and Jefferson Park mixed-use areas. The zone generally allows for small-scale residential uses. Some of the general development regulations include a maximum building height of 30 feet, a 10% open space requirement, and the zone is also subject to design standards. And next and last, FBUN2. The zone is proposed to be mapped in the heart of the neighborhood, the Main Street and State Street areas, and the Jefferson Park mixed use area. The zone allows for a mix of uses. Some of the general development regulations include a maximum building height of 50 feet. The open space requirements vary depending on the building form. The zone is also subject to design standards, as well as increased setback requirements for properties abutting lower density zones. The city's parking requirements vary by the context area of the zone and the land use of the site. The MU8 and FBUN2 zone would be in the transit context, which includes zones that immediately surround mass transit or in the downtown core. These areas have the lowest parking demand and require minimal parking or may be exempt from minimum parking requirements. The FBUN1 zone is in the neighborhood context and generally requires one space per dwelling unit. Overall, the proposal reduces the amount of parking required in the area. These requests are reviewed for compliance with the city standards for general amendments. Overall, the proposal is consistent with the standards, and a detailed response to the standards is provided in attachment D of the staff report. The proposal is also consistent with the city's master plan goals and policies, which is discussed in detail in key consideration 1 of the staff report. As far as public input, staff received a number of email comments and phone calls since the input period initially began in June. Staff presented at 2 community council meetings and also held a public engagement event in the neighborhood. Between July and October, significant modifications were made to the proposal in response to the input received, and in general, members of the public have overall voiced support for the proposal since the modifications have been made. Staff presented the proposal at a work session meeting with the Planning Commission on October 11th. The Commission discussed several primary questions and topics, and a detailed response to each of the questions is provided in key consideration 2 of the staff report, and I will touch on the staff response over these next few slides. The first question was, will the proposed building heights allow for the utilization of the proposed affordable housing incentives? The proposed affordable housing incentive ordinance encourages the development of affordable housing through zoning modifications. The ordinance is under review by the City Council and has not been adopted. However, the ordinance was taken into consideration during the development of the city's Ballpark rezone proposal. The proposed incentives for each of the applicable zones is summarized on this slide. The MU8 zone would allow up to 2 additional stories in height in administrative design review. The FBU1 zone would allow an additional half story up to 30 feet, and the FBU2 zone would allow an additional story. The plan does call for higher density and building heights in some areas than what is currently being proposed, and the proposed incentives provide the additional height and density specified in the plan while incentivizing the development of affordable housing. Next is the proposed FBU2 zoning to high of a density along 200 West. The plan indicates that high density development, 5 to 7 stories in height, is appropriate along 200 West adjacent to tracks. The 200 West right-of-way in this area is approximately 70 feet in width, and while the dedicated vehicular roadways are narrow, the proposed FBU2 properties are within approximately a quarter-mile walking distance from mass transit and also served by public sidewalk. The CG zone on the west side of 200 West also allows a maximum building height of 75 feet by right, and staff is of the opinion the proposed density is appropriate and compatible with the existing and anticipated building scales along the street. Next is, should the existing RMU zone properties be rezoned to FBU2? The RMU properties are developed with multifamily residential uses, 3 of which consist of affordable housing units. If rezoned, the buildings and properties would become non-compliant, and modifications, expansions, or alterations would be regulated by the city's non-compliant structure ordinance. It can take a significant amount of staff time and resources to administer modifications. As it is not likely the properties will be redeveloped in the near future, staff is proposing to preserve the RMU zoning. And last, open space area and what qualifies. The proposed zoning standards state that open space area may include landscape yards, patio, dining areas, common balconies, rooftop gardens, or other similar outdoor living spaces. Private balconies shall not be counted towards the minimum open space area requirement. Required parking lot landscaping or perimeter parking lot landscaping shall also not count towards the minimum open space area requirement. This regulation is similar to the city's other high density zones. The intent of the open space area is to provide usable outdoor spaces on site for occupants of a building and also allow for additional density on a property. The elevated open space areas such as rooftop gardens and common balconies still meet that intent. And the zones also include open space area design standards to ensure those spaces still consist of vegetation and are usable by all tenants of the properties. Therefore, staff recommends the Planning Commission forward a recommendation to adopt the zoning map and zoning text amendments to the City Council. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any comments or questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
I do. I have a question on the open space area. So I'm becoming increasingly concerned about the ability for applicants to privatize all of their landscaping. And so one of the things you just mentioned was that like rooftop landscaping would count because it would be open to all their tenants, but that's not a benefit to the community at large. And so I'm not in favor of putting into our ordinances where we allow the full-scale privatized use of open space requirements for developments. And I just want to get, Brooke, your thoughts on how the proposal that you've just given will not result in privatizing landscaping open space areas.
Yeah, so that requirement is to provide open space area on site on a property specifically. It's not meant, or it's not intended to be accessed by the public. It is intended to provide outdoor spaces on site for the occupants of a property. So that's
I didn't mean to interrupt you. How is that balanced then with landscaping requirements for any of these zones that are proposed?
Just as far as the required landscape yards, is that?
Yeah, because we're seeing increasingly applicants requesting reduction in landscaping, and so if we're privatizing open space area in this regard, specifically for the tenants of said structures, then how are we compensating for that in the landscaping requirements within the zones that are being proposed for this area?
So the zones will still need to meet the setback requirements, and most of those requirements, most of those zones being proposed do require a front yard setback for most uses. The FBUN2 zone does allow for a reduced front yard setback for some specific uses, but these developments would still need to meet those setback requirements. So for the MU8 zone, they are more minimal for the side yard setbacks, but it does require a 10-foot front yard setback for all uses. And then the FBUM1 zone does have some larger front yard setback requirements as well. FBUN2, as I mentioned, it depends on the use and building form. Some uses don't require the setback. Residential uses do. And then the FBUM1 zone does require larger rear yard setbacks. The MU8 zone has minimal rear yard setback requirements, as well as the FBUN2 zone for specific uses too. So those landscape yards still need to be provided, but these requirements ensure that a common space that's usable, having those dimensional requirements, is provided to the occupants of the property still, and consists of vegetation. So does that answer your question?
It answers it. It doesn't satisfy me, but it answers it. Thank you.
Any other questions for the commission before we move on to the public hearing? Well, let's go ahead and open the public hearing. And we do have
Yeah, we have the, oh, Sorry, Mr. Chair. We have the Community Council Chair available. Amy Hawkins.
You'll have 5 minutes, Amy.
Thank you, Chair Christensen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Hello, Planning Commissioners. My name is Amy J. Hawkins, and I serve as Chair of the Ballpark Community Council. Thank you for your attention this evening during a lengthy virtual meeting. My additional thanks are plentiful, and at the end of this comment, my remarks are fundamental. We understand that fixed rail goes through our neighborhood. We hope to capitalize on the opportunities that it provides for economic development, best practices in urban planning, and the ability for folks to live in what's almost a 15-minute neighborhood without displacing our committed residents and businesses, allowing folks the opportunity to age in place without sacrificing affordability or community safety. These desires sound almost completely reasonable to residents and yet are not an easy task in one of the most rapidly developing neighborhoods in one of the most actively growing metropolitan areas in the United States. Residents are concerned about plans to add substantial housing density when, one, we are already short on public land and spaces to recreate to support residents' health, and two, we're concerned about plans for rezoning that eliminate setbacks. I understand that some view setbacks as a way to make housing unnecessarily more expensive. But in a community that has serious disparities in our neighborhood's urban tree canopy, in health outcomes, and a demonstrable heat island effect, removing setbacks removes our remaining opportunities to grow our urban tree canopy and protect our future residents. Planning commissioners, please view setbacks through the lens of what needs to happen to prevent our heat island effect from becoming worse in a neighborhood that is still hurting from the effects of redlining and the People's Freeway, Interstate 15, the 9th South off-ramp, and State Street that all powerfully disconnect us from our neighbors. We realize that the guiding principles for Ballpark Next may direct future planners to meet some of these concerns. But since that project is now completely disconnected from this ballpark rezone proposal, we can't build in those expectations for the ballpark space when the committee may choose to go in a completely different direction, like economic development. Over and over, I heard from fellow residents that we want to avoid recreating the problems of 400 South in this new MU8 zone in Ballpark. So I ask you, do these new MU8 ground floor activation requirements do enough to avoid the problems of 400 South? Are there special considerations to preserve the little mature tree canopy that we have? It's also important to highlight that this plan proposes rezoning a public school site from public lands to MU8. This is only obliquely referenced in your 145-page staff report a few times. So Horizonte Instruction and Training Center is an alternative public high school in the Salt Lake City School District located at 1234 South Main Street. Horizonte works with community organizations to reach students from diverse and refugee backgrounds. It enrolls both high school-aged and continuing education adults. In 2019, about 85% of their 217 12th grade students were low income, and those students collectively spoke more than a dozen languages. Horizonte is the only public high school within our neighborhood boundaries. Prior to the pandemic, Elizabeth, my neighbor across the street, who grew up in Mexico, who learned English as a second language, was earning her GED at Horizonte. Does it serve the interests of equity and investing in human capital in the Ballpark neighborhood to rezone Horizonte? Does it serve the interests of economic development? I don't know. But given the wider public discussion about closing public elementary schools in Salt Lake City, it's concerning to me that this isn't part of the staff report and tonight's discussion. Please discuss why we should consider rezoning this property. This is a huge project with big implications for the Ballpark neighborhood. I attended my first informal Ballpark Station Area Plan meeting with Christina Richmond and Annika Egan and others from GSBS Consulting in November 2020. We've been engaging on variations on this topic for 3 years, in spite of the pandemic, and I applaud my community for showing up online, on comment boards, on Post-its, then in person, even though we've been dealt what feels like a very significant blow of the Salt Lake Bees announcing that they're leaving our neighborhood. I also want to state our strong appreciation for how much the planning division, particularly Brooke Olson, John Anderson, and Nick Norris, have been willing to work with our neighborhood and the community council in the past several months, working with us as we negotiated trying to find a new in-person meeting place. Thank you, Salt Lake Community College, for opening your doors to us, as we've been simultaneously juggling the engagement calendar for this rezone, the Ballpark Next engagement plan, and the engagement for the 300 West Corridor and Central Point stationary plan. It's a lot. Not only did they and Nick Norris's formidable e-bike show up for our in-person meetings and for our outdoor engagement event at Jefferson Park last week, but they heard our feedback. They created a new form of zoning, MU8. They replaced the proposed TSA zoning. I'm very grateful for the granular discussions that they've had about Lucy and Paxton Avenue, activation requirements for ground floor use, and our concerns about green space. Their passion for community engagement is clear. They have gone the extra mile to be collaborators with the community in this project. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next up, it just says Zoom user. So Zoom user, you're ready to go?
Yes. State your name for the record and you'll have 2 minutes after you unmute.
I guess that'd be me. I apologize. My name's Kiefer Nunley. I own Metal Hex Welding on Richard Street, 1139 South. Me and my family also own 1127, 1133, and the 4 houses on Fremont Avenue. We were wanting to extend the zoning to those 4 houses as well. Because we own that land, it would be easier for us to sell it all as one, zoned as the same. I am a small business owner and I do have a small fab shop there. So if the MU8 would extend to help my business to be able to work in my shop and out of it, fabricating. Right, currently I'm just a mobile welder and fabricator, but ultimately having all of that zoned as one would make it easier to sell. That's all I've been wanting to say for this entire meeting, but that's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Fraser Nelson.
Hi, thanks so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you've got 2 minutes.
Good. Well, I want to join Amy in thanking the staff for their clear commitment to community engagement, including during this important rezone. You know, the city is investing a lot in our neighborhood and in many ways, including Jefferson Park, which we're grateful for. And I recognize that this rezone is part of that investment. But to make our neighborhood one that others want to invest in, including developers, grocery stores, bar, restaurants, art galleries, all the things that our neighborhood hopes it can become, we need decisions out of this planning commission that lead us to a beautiful neighborhood. And during my attending the meeting last week, when you were first presented with this, there was some concern about the quality of the building and making sure that the buildings that result from this rezone reflect the diversity of our neighborhood. Trees and walkways, safe streets, green space, they're all going to increase the likelihood that the required first floor retail actually gets leased. And as we've said, we hope that West Temple and 1300 South resemble more of 900 South and not 400 South. Please ensure that setbacks, landscaping, trees, and other elements that we've discussed tonight already support the health of our neighbors, enhances the beauty of our neighborhood, and welcomes an urban environment that will in turn attract the kinds of investment that this rezone is envisioning. And again, thanks to Brooke and her team for showing up at Jefferson Park, handing out water to all of our residents and cookies and listening carefully to what people in this neighborhood are saying. The rezone changes clearly reflect those voices, and we're really grateful to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Sharon.
Yes, thank you. My name is Sharon Wilbur. Our family has owned for over 80 years the two parcels that are on the corner of Main Street and 13th South, which are now leased to a Maverick and a car wash. These two parcels are currently zoned CN and have always been commercially leased. The new zoning proposal includes these two parcels in the heart of the neighborhood rezoning map, and it suggests a change to the MU8 zone designation. An MU8 zoning would severely limit any future business that could operate here on this important business corner. We are opposed to the MU8 zone designation for these two parcels. Would like to take the opportunity to request that the commission consider rezoning these parcels to a CC designation, like so many of the others that are nearby, rather than the MU8 zone, to more accurately reflect the longtime commercial use of this property. Additionally, our longtime lease with the tenants of these two parcels would be considered non-conforming uses in an MU8 zone. Future development of the ballpark is still undecided, and a redesignation of these parcels to a more restrictive use at this time would be counterproductive. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
I do not see any other hands raised and no new emails.
No emails. Seeing no one else, we will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for discussion and a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
No, my only thought that this Horizonte school, this is sort of new to me. I hadn't sort of been aware of this before the public comments on this. Ms. Olson, can you just explain sort of where that fits into the rezone plan and what we were thinking? I apologize. Was this discussed at the October 11th meeting and I missed it?
No, this was not discussed at that meeting. So currently the Horizonte property is located right along Main Street, and it's proposed to be rezoned from public lands to MU8. And we have reached out to the school district several times to get some feedback on that proposal, if they and asked them if they wanted to keep it public lands, and they had some questions about if it would impact the operation of the school district if it was rezoned, which it would not, because the school would be a permitted use in the zone. And so we haven't heard any more feedback from them based on that discussion. So we still included it in this rezone proposal.
Yeah, I guess this is maybe part of a broader conversation. It might be outside of the scope of this, but I do have concerns when I see the reasons that Salt Lake is closing schools. I know 5 of the 6 schools are proposed in my neighborhood. And the main considerations appear to be the building's too old and it doesn't have enough parking. This seems to be the main choice. So anyway, I just, if we have an opportunity to save a school in a centrally lying neighborhood, given that Salt Lake schools doesn't seem to be in line with the city's goals. I hear a lot from the city about historic preservation. I hear a lot about not wanting walkable neighborhoods, and everything I'm hearing from the school district is the exact opposite. Like, do we have an opportunity here to make sure that this doesn't become, that they don't close this down? I'm just, that's what I'm wondering here.
I don't know if that's a pretty difficult question for us to ask, but Horizonte sounds like is not on that list of schools that are slated or possibly slated to be closed in Salt Lake City, probably because of the particular nature of it being an alternative school that seems to be quite successful. And what was the other part of your question?
That's it. I mean, I'm worried that Salt Lake, that they're gonna try to, continually close schools, and the ones that are on the chopping block right now are not, that's not the end of the chopping block. That's the first step on the chopping. Anyway.
That is my understanding completely. Yes, because of the number of students.
Yeah. Anyway, if other commissioners don't have a feeling about this, I go ahead and make a motion, Turner. It came up as something that I wanted to discuss. And if other people don't have strong feelings on this or views, I'm done.
Well, Andrew, I will tell you that Horizonte is not your typical school. It's a high rise, and it'll probably throw you into a fit. It has 2 massive parking lots and no green space. So it is not your typical school setup. It has, you would absolutely hate the amount of asphalt for the parking lot. Just to throw that in there. So I'm going to say that I find it interesting that we are rezoning a lot of things and possibly making some other uses non-conforming, but we're not taking out those RMU zones, which are really not the best zone, and they're not functioning for what we want to see in the future. And so I personally feel like we did not get Second West right. And I'm disappointed that we're not taking out those RMU zones to try and get a little bit more zoning conformity in this future map. And so I'm not inclined to do a positive recommendation, because I don't think we uniformly applied this thinking, because we've certainly rezoned many things in the bulk near the actual ballpark area or ballpark facility, and we didn't do that elsewhere. So I think this still needs some work in my view, and I'm pretty concerned. I think I actually wanted to see maybe more of the landscaping requirements for the zones to ensure that we actually do have some provisions for that route, not just looking at setbacks. But that's where I'm at.
I have go ahead. Okay.
Oh, I was sort of hesitant to bring up landscaping, but not entirely, but that sweeping chapter change of landscaping, we've completely rewritten the chapter, and that's been transmitted to the city council with 3 main goals: heat islands, planting trees, and reducing turf, if you recall. And there are a lot of provisions that any new development, that there are street trees will have to be irrigated, street trees will have to be installed. We'll be reducing turf with adaptive species of trees, adaptive species for shrubs. I feel like a lot of, go ahead. I mean, we would have to add MU8 into that eventually, and bring that to you all for sure. But just
I think you make some very good points, Michaela. And
sorry, go ahead.
No, I think you make some good points, and I appreciate you reminding me about that overhaul. I guess really my my growing concern is that nearly all these applications that keep coming before us want a reduction in their setback and a reduction in landscaping, and this iteration of the Planning Commission is prone to approving them. And I'm starting to feel, so I might be feeling angst over 2 different things, like not so much what you're talking about, but something else, which is probably broader. And I shouldn't ding this particular proposal for that. So I appreciate that thought. I'm just concerned that we have applications consistently that are reducing those things. And we're not going to see what we want to, but they might be 2 separate things. So I appreciate you saying that, actually. So
You know, actually, Commissioner Barry, I agree with you that we have become, that the recommendations that are coming before us often reduce the landscaping requirements and allow people to reduce setbacks and reduce side yards and reduce other areas where we could mitigate heat island effect, or that could be turned into usable green space. And so I just want to register that with the planning division, that you know, we may not be in such a good mood on that particular issue, because I think we are all becoming more and more concerned about urban heat island effect. And, you know, frankly, a rooftop deck is not going to help urban heat island effect. And although it may provide a wonderful place for the residents to hang out, and I'm all in favor of rooftop decks, but I don't think it really substitutes for having some kind of open space requirement. And I think it's very important. Maybe it has nothing perhaps to do with this particular proposal, not nothing, but it's more of a general comment. So thank you for my soapbox.
And might I say, it has definitely been noted the past few meetings where I know that there's been some very thoughtful discussion from you all, and we've absolutely taken note of that.
I just at the beginning here, I'll say I feel very similarly, and I actually thought I might make a comment at our next meeting open forum. But I had a couple of questions, just because I haven't been involved in the whole history of this, and so I want to make sure I'm understanding this clearly. This rezone and this planning kind of direction is based on a general plan that was installed before the Bees announced that they were going to move locations. Is that right?
Yep. Yeah, that's correct.
And it sounds like there's been a lot of work on it. I want to acknowledge that too. Like, that just seems huge. But the other question I had, I mean, I guess part of my question is, I'm just not sure it's right for us to vote on this yet, because we've got, you know, I think one of the really important questions for us is about affordable housing. And I realize we have this piece that potentially the city council is going to approve the AHI ordinance. Is that going to be an ordinance? Anyway, that they're potentially going to approve that. But then I think if we're looking at something and sort of basing part of our approval on something that's going to be potentially approved, I just think, why don't we wait and see if they approve it, and then we can have it in this and know that it's approved already. But I mean, I guess that's my general question for some of you who have been here longer is, are we at the point with this where it's ripe to be able to vote and actually make a well-founded recommendation or not?
So this proposal was developed from the recommendations of the Ballpark Station Area Plan. And while many of those recommendations were directly tied to the Bees presence in the neighborhood, the plan did lay out a very clear community vision that the community wanted to see more amenities in the area and the types of development that's not directly associated with the Bees being present in the neighborhood. But they really want to see the neighborhood activated. So that plan did lay out a very clear vision. And so we did a very comprehensive analysis of that plan and the city zoning districts, because that area does consist of a lot of zoning that does not allow for high density development or pedestrian friendly oriented development. So we did the analysis and selected the zones based on those recommendations in the plan to help activate the neighborhood. And then I'm not sure if you want to add anything, Michaela.
I did want to add to that, and thank you so much, Brooke, and thank you for the thoughtful question about that. And I think it's always good. I mean, council is working through all the fine points of the affordable housing incentives right now. There have been so many discussions, if you have been watching. And I think weighing and tackling all those policies is really within the realm of the council. I don't think it's good practice necessarily. And I had the same conversation with the Historic Landmark Commission. They asked almost a similar question with a proposed local historic district. Like they're half of the folks in this proposed district that are worried about affordable housing incentives. The other half really want to preserve their street and everything that preservation can offer them. How do we weigh this, was what the Landmark Commission said. And that's really within council's hands to weigh that. And to hold this implementation measure back and this momentum. We don't know what's with whether affordable housing incentives will come down the pike or not. I would not recommend that because it's not adopted yet. If it had been adopted, then we could start weighing all of that against it, but it's still not on the books. So my recommendation is to take a look at this. And there are certainly some, to Brooke's point, and coming out of that plan and what you've heard from the community, there have been so many meetings and so much discussion because a lot of these properties within the heart of Ballpark are pretty inappropriately zoned, right? There could be a car wash right there, unless we are very careful and strategic here and make sure that we get a zoning district that embodies the best that we can, what we've heard from the community, and come out of that plan, if that makes sense. There's some pretty, I wouldn't want to say egregious or terrible zones, but we're at risk here, in a sense.
No, that's super helpful. And I don't have an intent, just to be clear, of trying to take over the council.
Oh, no, these are great
at
questions.
all.
No,
I
absolutely.
just, because there's such a, you know, it was an answer to one of our questions, and I just thought, I don't know that we rely on an answer to our question as potentially there's this, right? So thank you. That was super helpful.
Right, unless it's on the books yet, affordable housing incentives is still being worked out. Will it be adopted? I think so. I hope so.
Then there's the whole.
But it may not, right?
Then there's the whole issue of the Ballpark Next plan.
Absolutely.
Which is also something coming down the pike in a while. And I think what's important here is that we're establishing a sort of blueprint for that perhaps as well in the future, but to establish this heart of the neighborhood issue, which I think is pretty well agreed upon, that this is the heart of the neighborhood and that these are important changes need to be made. So unless there is additional discussion,
Commissioner Gantz got or she did have her hand up.
If Commissioner Scheer is ready to make a motion, I think I'm good. I all I would say is, yeah, I don't think the affordable housing incentives change how that we generally want to see this neighborhood at all. Same with Ballpark Next. I mean, it is nice that it's in the map as public lands. That is pretty vague. I hope City Council takes seriously what I heard from the neighborhoods, that they want this as they want this as some sort of green space, and I think that's important for council to hear. But I have a feeling the neighborhood's not going to just tell us. I have a feeling the neighborhood is also going to communicate this desire to council, and so I think, go ahead, Commissioner Scheer.
Yes, and
Thank
yes.
you,
Commissioner Kite, you are
okay. Based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission forward a recommendation to adopt the zoning map and zoning text amendments to the city council.
I will second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Scheer and a second from Commissioner Bitton. Any discussion to the motion? We will go ahead and vote. Commissioner Bitton.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
Okay, specifically because I don't think 200 West is right. I'm voting no.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Gant,
Yes.
and the chair will also vote yes. That motion passes. The rezone onto city council with 7 yeses and 1 no. We will go ahead and move on to our final item. Thanks to everyone who has borne with us to the end of this meeting. The next item is number 7, zoning map and general plan amendment for Hardage Hospitality at approximately 775 East, 400 South, and 354 and 370 South, 800 East. Case numbers PLN PCM 2023-00223 and case number PLN PCM 2023-00401. And Andy Hulka is the planner.
Mr. Chair, I'm just making a note real quick that I'm stepping away from my computer. I will be right back.
Okay.
Great. Thank you so much, Commission. Can everybody hear me and see my screen okay?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thanks. Thanks for hanging in. I know it's been a long meeting, so I will try to be quick. As mentioned, I am presenting the Hardage Hospitality zoning map and general plan amendments tonight. So this application includes 2 requests. First is a zoning map amendment from TSA UNT, which is the Transit Station Area Urban Neighborhood Transition Area, and RMF 35, Moderate Density Multifamily, to TSA UNC, Transit Station Area Urban Neighborhood Core Area, within the proposed area as shown on your screen here. Along with that is also a general plan amendment to change the future land use designation of the affected area from medium density transit-oriented development and medium density residential to high density transit-oriented development, again, within this area as shown. We are recommending that you forward a positive recommendation to the City Council for these items. The request affects 3 properties, notably only the southern 3-foot section of 354 South, 800 East. That was included that way to square off the new zoning district boundary with the existing jog and the property lines. This request is intended to allow higher density residential development on the corner of 8th East and 4th South. These images show the existing conditions of the 3 properties. The property on the corner is a vacant commercial property, formerly Pizza Hut. The next property is a vacant lot that's got a sport court, basketball court on it. And then the third property, where just a portion of it is included in the rezone, is a duplex. So the first step in evaluating the request was to compare the zones. The most significant standards affected are building height and parking. As you can see, the maximum height would increase by 25 feet from a 50-foot maximum in the transition area to a 75-foot max in the core area. The parking would change from an urban center context to a transit context. What that means generally is that we're going from low minimum parking requirements to no minimums. As an example, I've included the minimum parking for multifamily developments. You can see it goes from some minimum parking to no minimums. And then bicycle parking also would increase with this change in context. As we reviewed the relevant general plans, I've got a full review in the report, so I won't go into too much detail here, just give a brief overview. But the central community plan is the applicable community plan for the area. It supports transit-oriented development and discusses new multifamily development in areas that are compatible. There's also the 4th South Livable Communities Project. That was the plan that introduced the transit station area zoning, the TSA zones, to the corridor. That plan does recommend core areas for locations within a 1/4 mile of transit stations. This property is about a 1/4 mile away from 2 stations along 4th South. It also discusses this subject area in particular, noting that we do need to ensure that there's a transition area provided between the taller buildings on 4th South and the smaller scale residential areas further north. Plan Salt Lake and Housing SLC also encourage transit-oriented development, redevelopment of underutilized land. So generally, the takeaway was that redevelopment supported, but sensitivity needs to be had for the surrounding areas. To give a little bit of history on this particular property and group of properties, there have been several different proposals over the years. In 2013, the Hardage Group, the property owner, requested a rezone of their RMF 35 properties. The 3 properties further to the north of the TSA area for transit-oriented development. At that time, the request was met with considerable opposition from the community. It was ultimately withdrawn at the request of the community councils. They came back the following year with a planned development that would have been developed under the existing zoning. The community also expressed significant opposition to that request, but it was eventually approved, although it was never constructed. And then between then and now, it's been redesigned yet again, taking into account current trends, but also additional feedback that has been received from the public in the meantime. They did redesign this in such a way that now the request is only to rezone generally the southern 2 parcels that are along the intersection, not the entire stretch to Linden Avenue. And also a few other things. They've expressed an intent to preserve the 4-plex on the corner of Linden and 800 East. So it's been through a little bit of a back and forth. We're here now to review this request today as proposed. As I mentioned earlier, the key really is to determine that it is compatible in the area. So our review of that basically rests on the fact, again, that the proposed location is limited just to kind of that corner piece on the intersection and not further north, closer to the low scale residential. Also that if proposed, it would be surrounded by the TSA UNT and RMF 35 districts, both of which provide a bit of a transition in scale and density from the high density to the lower density areas. And then the distance proposed to that SR3 district, which is where some of the really low scale buildings are. It's about 170 feet. And so for those reasons, we felt that the request was compatible with the adjacent properties. With all of this, as you make your discussion and consideration, as we've discussed already with the other map amendments today, these are a legislative matter. There's not any one specific standard that needs to be met, but you should be considering the general plans, the purpose statements in the zoning ordinance, impacts to adjacent properties, and access to city services and infrastructure. So I believe that's all I have. We're recommending approval, or rather that you forward a positive recommendation to the city council for both items. There are 2 separate motions, but I am happy to answer any questions. The applicant is also here with a presentation as well.
Let's go ahead and have the applicant give the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. This is the moment you've all been waiting for, the last item on the agenda. You've made it this far. Congratulations to all of us. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
please state your name for the record.
So my name is Sean Thompson. I'm with Elliott Work Group. I represent Hardage Hospitality. And so, yes, this is, we were retained by Hardage Hospitality the beginning of 2022 to kind of take a fresh look at this and to look at the project and the parcels in question. As was noted, the parcels in question are there on the west side of 800 East, south between Linden and 4 South. At one point, Hardage Hospitality actually owned that whole side of the block. They did sell off some of the properties there, particularly what used to be a residence inn. Just over the time of just the financial, the economic downturn in 08. Some of those things. So that's kind of led to some of the reimagining of some things. The one thing I will say for our client is that they are a legacy owner. They hold and maintain their properties. They don't flip them and turn them over at 5 years. They hold and maintain them in the portfolio for long term. That being said, I understand completely. I've been doing this a long time, that everything that we're talking about here, you are looking at it through the lens also of defending what's best for the city, for the neighborhoods, and that no matter what I say, there has to be some teeth, there has to be some sort of mechanism to be able to enforce whatever comes down the road after this. So just real quick, we did go through and we did a number of studies. I'm going to show you a brief number of them. A couple items, can I mark up? Right, there we go, sorry, just found, no, I cannot mark up. Can I have rights to annotate? All right, never mind. I will.
I'm sorry, it doesn't allow for that.
You're like tying my hands behind my back here. So one of the items of note is that this area right here, you can see the irregular shape. The client did in a previous iteration actually try and get that property line squared up, because that jog in the property line due to the setbacks really kind of constricts what you can actually do with the property. So we did a number of iterations. We looked at what you could do by rights. We looked at what it would look like with the potential of the TSA UNT rezone all the way across this side. And actually a year and 1 day ago, I reached out and I had my first meeting with Esther Hunter from the East Central Community Council, just to kind of have a conversation with her before we actually got too far down the road and actually talk about what does or doesn't work, what has or hasn't worked in the past. Over the course of some discussions there was some suggestion to actually look at pushing the density to the south and not trying to distribute it all the way across the properties. There are on there, as you can see in this graphic here in the top left, you can see in the kind of the lavender color that kind of 3 existing structures. The one of note really is there's a 4-plex that is right adjacent to Linden, and then there's a single family residence and then a duplex. So as we get into this and we start to study, even if we were allowed to have a rezone, because of the setback and the step back requirements, we start to just, candidly just run into some issues about the viability of the economics of redevelopment on those 2 southern parcels with those requirements in place. So what we kind of came to and what we've put forward as part of this map and amendment is having the UNC on those 2 southern parcels in the last 3 feet of the 3rd parcel. In that 3 feet is to allow essentially balconies and to allow some variation in the fenestration. And Bree, definitely appreciate your comment about like not having tacked on stuff onto the facades earlier. What we are proposing is to maintain the development on the southern 2 parcels, having a small, and nothing's fully baked, but we had to do enough work to understand what could fit that was viable to be able to talk rationally about this application before you tonight. But we're looking at having that the facility, the structure on the southern 2 parcels, off-street parking and an off-street garage entry on the parcel next to it. And then Amy, landscaping that's open to the public at grade. I'm a dog owner. I used to go to Herman Frank's all the time. I used to live further down the street on 8th East, and there's not many places you can take a dog in this whole area. So that, and then also, and this is obviously, I mean, I'm saying this is what we planned, this is what we intend. Like, I understand we need to have some conversation about how it gets enforced, but even the retention of the fourplex and the renovation of it. And we look at that as actually establishing that southern edge to prevent any further encroachment to the north. There's some conversation to be had about the two houses that are further south, the house and the duplex, but we get into that setback, step back, as well as the solar access. And that is why we've made the proposal that we are making. We're happy to talk to anybody about that. We've gone through, and are there any questions? Or I can go on about this for a long time because we've been looking at it for a long time. We're taking into account having activation on the street view, having eyes on the street, even eyes on the park by having those parcels, those units on the north side and having the balconies, having eyes on that park. So it's not just like a little dark, unsafe space that people are concerned about going into. We've tucked the amenity space around the west side so that we're not having the acoustics and that affecting the residences to the north. Yeah, I can go on a number of things, but we think we've put together a fairly articulate and well thought out, well considered plan, not just for the developer, but actually for the community in which it's going to come into. I should note that we're also fully parked. We're not relying upon on-street parking that certainly would affect people, particularly of Linden Avenue, and that is a one-lane, one-way street. So happy to answer any of the questions you may have. That's my spiel.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission?
I have a question for staff. Under the current zone, that would allow up to 50 feet, is there a provision that would allow more height, like under a design review, as many of the zones do? How high could they actually go?
In the TSA zones, if the project scores a qualifying development score, an additional story would be allowed, and that would apply in either case.
So they could go up to 60 feet.
Potentially, correct.
Okay, because a story is technically 10 feet, right? Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
I have a question for staff. I guess I have a hard time thinking about how I should think about the theory behind TSA core and TSA transition, because when I look at this location, I guess my prior, had I not seen the zoning for this, would have been that TSA core is really close to a transit station, whereas TSA transition is a quarter mile or further. This is obviously right on a fixed transit station. What's the sort of theory behind how we zone, what's the differentiation in the purpose of the TSA transition and the TSA core zone? Can you just sort of outline that for us?
Well, I had the same questions as I was reviewing the documents, and I wasn't around when all of these zones were put into place, but from what I can tell reading the master plans, it really was just kind of a case-by-case decision that was made where it was felt to be appropriate at the time of making those plans. I think that there was neighborhood input at the time, from what I can tell, and that was part of the public process at the time. But again, I wasn't part of that, so I don't know if management, if anyone has any insight into that. But I think typically it is recommended that the core areas be closer to the stations, but it was just kind of one of those things as the decision was made just based on various locations. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say. There was also, there used to be another zoning district on 4th South that pretty much was encouraging like your drive-through restaurants, right? And those are incredibly economically successful. And with such such investment in light rail and need for housing. We went through a livability study, came up with a number of principles, got rid of TC 75. It was transit corridor 75, went to 75 feet. And we really did our best trying to have the core, right, being closer to the transit stations, be denser and allow for more housing. And the transition. Did we always get it perfect back in 2012 when we did that overhaul? Probably we didn't, which is why you see some of these. I mean, a lot has changed in 10 years, as we all know, within Salt Lake City and housing needs. And I think this would fall in that category of perhaps core really was more appropriate.
The one other thing I would say, just, is I think that you'll see, particularly at this end, that there's the UNC is mostly on the south side as opposed to on the north side because of the concern about solar access. And that's why we're proposing to maintain our development to the south of those holdings with whatever limitation, whatever restriction would be appropriate, so that we aren't impacting that, those spaces to the north. So I've been on the other side. I know Esther's going to talk after me, and she's going to talk about this. I've been on that side too, where we've opposed a tall 4 or 5 story project that wanted to be literally on a private residence property line. And it was even suggested that we maintain those residences to maintain that housing stock, but having that height adjacent to that is just, I don't think that's a very humane, as an architect, I don't think that that's a very good approach. That's not a humane design. And so that's why we are looking to develop this buffer zone between the UNC.
Yeah, if there's no further questions, let's go ahead and open up the public hearing. And it looks like we do have the Central Community Council chair. So we'll go ahead and give her 5 minutes.
Hi. Thank you for your time and for your care for our city, and especially this late night. We've appreciated working with Andy and also working with Sean over the last while. Being forever optimistic, we would hope that we yet can work together to get to a better middle ground. Not sure how many of you have had the opportunity to walk our area. The East Central community spans from South Temple to 9th South, 14th East down to 7th East. And we pride ourselves on being an organically grown urban neighborhood that is completely walkable. We've had the saying that here you can age in place. We are directly between the university and downtown, 2 giants, with transit running through our heart, both on 4th South and 2nd South. So where in this general area of the city can our workforce, our families, young couples, seniors, our vets find affordable and deeply affordable homes versus luxury apartments? It's not in Federal Heights, the Avenues, Yellcrest, Gilmer Park, or East Liberty Park. In this area, the majority of natural occurring affordable housing is in East Central. If you look around and walk the areas, we have all but greatly lost most of Central City. When you displace, where do the people go? And if they work in this area with no car, where do they go? We love our students and support the growth of Salt Lake, including in our area, but we believe the development in our area needs to be carefully crafted. Often we hear a great many people reference the negative way that 4th South to date has developed. So considering careful crafting this area on this portion of the transit corridor, we have strongly supported the transit core zoning on the south side of 4th South, such as the Office Max location that you voted on a few meetings ago. On the north side, we strongly support the transit transition zone because it abuts the neighborhood. And back in the livability plan that Nick Norris helped craft, part of the transition zone, there's actually a definition about transition, abutting the neighborhood and scaling down to the homes and protecting and buffering the neighborhood, versus the core was, like on the Office Max side, taller and more units. With that in mind, we strongly support the developer with his plans to develop the pizza lot, the Pizza Hut lot, and the empty lot, and even some ADUs or building behind the existing houses. We recognize the developer owns all 5 of the properties in this location, and by right can develop all 5 lots. But even that is preferable to us to changing the transit to core. We're deeply disappointed in the plans to displace families that live there now, demolish existing housing stock for profit. Various plans are quoted along the need of adding houses. We agree, but we need to do it smartly. We believe that every single house matters. Another square podium building that does not add community amenities at the street level or a single affordable unit in the proposal to us does not further the city or our neighborhood goals. We worked hard to have the developer leave the houses in the 5-plex. It's actually a 5-plex. There are 5 units in it now. That's like 80 units. If you use the existing zone, that's 64 units. And originally quoting from the key findings of the Housing Salt Lake Plan to guide the city's housing effort, there are 2 of the 5 recommendations were a shortage of housing supply overall, but especially housing that is deeply affordable. And second, there was a mismatch between the types of housing the market is producing and the needs of the community. Most new housing is luxury, while many desire more affordable throughout the city. And that residents are missing the middle housing. We all know that. All plans that we quote talk about stabilizing neighborhoods and balancing the general growth needs. We believe that we should not reward demolition by neglect, spot zoning, and we ask that the same consideration be given to this that the care is being given to the Ballpark district. We would ask that you please consider that the existing zoning allows enough profit. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Monica Hilding. Monica, do you want to? Oh, go ahead. Please.
Yes.
There you go. Yes, we can hear you now. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Spot on zoning is bad policy in general. It sets a precedent that will encourage more of the same instead of directing investment in areas already appropriately zoned for higher density projects. The city would be agreeing to a significant increase in density without gaining any affordable units. Upzoning itself leads to increased land values, giving owners a windfall and fueling the affordability crisis in the city. The city's own data shows that this category of the proposed market rate multifamily building is already overbuilt. This proposed luxury building fails to meet the critical need for deeply affordable housing for the unhoused, low-wage workers and families and people on Social Security, disability, and other public benefits. It also fails to provide housing ownership opportunities. The houses and 5-plex are good examples of naturally affordable housing that the city says it's severely lacking. The commission and council should not continue to erode this type of housing when there is a critical shortage. The 2 houses were previously owner occupied and could be again if resold. They are original historic buildings and contribute to the character and the fabric of the neighborhood. Developer threats of teardowns, regardless of rezoning outcomes, should not guide city decision-making. The East Central Community Council Chair, on behalf of the Community Development and Land Use Committee, submitted a letter in opposition to this upzoning. The East Central Community Council supports redevelopment of the former Pizza Hut and adjacent lot within the existing zoning. So I'm asking you, I watched this neighborhood today with my dog, and we don't need any more teardowns. We need to leave existing affordable housing as it is. And 8th East is a very walkable neighborhood. There's a lot of single family houses and small apartment buildings. And I think it should stay that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Cindy Cromer.
It's late. I'm going to deliver bullet points where I have great depth of experience because I have followed the reinvestments on 800 East between 300 and 400 South for over 30 years. I have owned 3 properties in the immediate area. I have lived at 324 South, 800 East. The rush to the courthouse has begun with developers trying to get their projects approved before the anti-displacement and community benefits strategies are implemented. That is very clear to me. Hardage had property on 400 South and 700 East on the transit corridor and sold it, not in the downturn, but in the run-up in real estate before the Great Depression. There has been significant reinvestment on 800 East and Linden by other property owners. The single most negative influence has been Hardage, both by acquisition of previously well-maintained properties and by failure to act on approvals granted by the city. 800 East is very important as a less dangerous bike route going north-south. 300 South and 800 East are 2 of the most walkable streets in the city, period. They're fabulous. The last thing this neighborhood needs is an out-of-scale building that will never fit with the low-density condos at 300 South and 800 East or the owner-occupied housing on both streets. The proposed density will not be appropriate in the foreseeable future. It's certainly not consistent with my nearby investments on 300 South, a 4-plex and a single-family residence. And we certainly do not need a pocket park which will become a potty area for dogs living in the high-rise and campsites for the unsheltered residents in the city. I have direct, ongoing experience with dealing with such a pocket park on 600 East. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If anyone else would like to give comment, hit the raise hand button.
And so we do have one more, and also, Mr. Chair, we have 2 emails that came in, and I'll read those after we get the last comments here.
Okay.
Melinda?
Yes, I concur with what's been said, and I'm actually the community, the Bryant neighborhood rep, which this area encompasses, and within the ECC Community Council. I've talked to many of the neighbors. We're renters, we're homeowners. And we feel we're not being heard on a lot of levels as far as trying to preserve a walkable, one of the last few beautiful neighborhoods in the area. And again, as Esther indicated, that transition zone was created for a reason, as a step down to preserve these neighborhoods. And I would love to invite all of you to take a drive down 2nd South, all the way to 900 West, make a circle, come back to North Temple, maybe with a few detours, and then come back to our area and take a look at what's being done to this city. I know those are emotional comments, but I think there needs to be some thought and process going into a lot of this development. And so that for future generations, there's something left of what we've known. And that's the end. And I thank you for hearing me, and I appreciate everybody at the end of this long evening. And as have been stated by other council members, nobody wants to have happen to their neighborhood what's happened along 400 South. And this would just be a continuation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll read a couple of emails that came through. This one's from Rich Wilcox. I'm opposed to this rezoning proposal at 800 East, 400 South. City studies show that this type of complex is already overbuilt in Salt Lake City and is not the missing housing needed. The proposed 7-story apartment building will be market rate rentals. The owners are not including any affordable housing offered as a trade-off for more units. Their only motivation appears to be maximizing their own profits without giving any community benefit in return. No green building, no affordable units. The biggest need right now is deeply affordable housing and also larger rental or owned housing for families. This does not meet the need. Instead, it would pave the way for the loss of 2 historic missing middle houses, the duplex and the single family home. Plan also would add significantly more car traffic entering and exiting from 800 East. This is a key bicycle route and very walkable. Car traffic would harm both cycling and walking safety and comfort. Driveway should be on 400 South. This is already a transition TSA transit area zoning. They can build a medium-sized apartment building within the current zoning. It'll better fit the site. Blocks to the north are filled with fairly intact historic neighborhoods with varied types of original housing stock, like on Linden Avenue. Containing this transition zoning at these properties fits the scale. Fits the site, scale, and character of the existing blocks, both north and west. Existing zoning was carefully assigned when the transit zones were created. Transition zoning along the north side of 400 South between 700 East and 900 East was a commitment that needs to be kept. Spot up zoning is bad policy in general. It will just encourage more of the same instead of directing investment in areas already appropriately zoned for higher density projects. Current zoning is already high enough density. Transition is the correct zone. The owner should be able to design a project to work within it. Please reject this proposal and send a negative comment to the city council. Thank you. Give me just a minute. Okay, this is from Jen Colby. I am opposed to the zoning and map amendments. I disagree with the analysis and conclusions in the application and staff report. I do support redevelopment of the 2 lots within the existing TSAT standards. This is already sufficiently high density for the corridor. The proposed 7-story building would stick out like a sore thumb at this site, given the surrounding buildings and context. The north side block bases of 400 South from 700 to 900 East are zone TSA transition. This zoning relates to the surrounding neighborhood rather than being independent from it. There appears to be no justification to spot rezone these parcels other than these investors' financial targets. The amendments are also inconsistent with existing master plan and citywide plans, goals, and strategies. Most critically, this project directly contradicts the guiding principles of Thriving in Place plan. These include protecting existing tenants from displacement, preserving existing affordable housing, and producing truly affordable housing. Trickle-down housing or filtering, like trickle-down economics, is largely illusory and cannot work at any meaningful time scale to address the housing affordability crisis. The biggest need right now in Salt Lake City and D4 is deeply affordable housing and also larger rental or owned housing for families. These amendments would lead to the demolition of existing naturally affordable housing, the duplex and single family detached houses that also add character to the neighborhood. The proposed building would be yet another generic podium that is already overbuilt in the city. Why isn't this area doing better with new housing diversity design and resident demographics? The potential closure of neighborhood schools like Bennion are a direct consequence of the commission and council zoning decisions and the continual erosion of housing that accommodates families. Granted, you cannot guarantee the preservation of the houses in 5-plex apartment building on 800 East. However, you will assure the demolition of the houses with a rezone. If the developers wish to build this particular project, they can go purchase property that is already zoned appropriately. Real estate is an active market. Please vote to send a negative recommendation to the city council. Thank you. Okay, that was the last of the emails, I believe. And I'm not seeing any other hands raised.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any other hands raised either. So we will go ahead. Well, we do have one hand raised with the applicant. We'll give him an opportunity to address comments here in a moment, but we will go ahead and close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the council for discussion and a motion.
Just to clarify, you mean commission, just because I think there have been a few public comments tonight. that have used the term council, and I just want to make it completely clear. We
Yes,
are not
commission.
council. Commission, yeah.
I don't know how much we want to discuss, but I'm feeling more like not recommending this. And I have a couple of considerations on each of those decisions, but which I'm happy to try to do if that's what you guys are feeling too. Because I learned from training that a robust conversation and deliberation is part of our job. That's our purpose. So, and I know it's hard at 10:03, but
I'll pipe in for that robust conversation, Commissioner Burrows. I also feel that this is not meeting the Central City Master Plan because it's really not compatible with the surrounding areas. And I think we've had a good discussion that Commissioner Gent brought up of like what was the theory behind transition to core, and perhaps what over time has become accepted with the transition is this idea that it's providing a transition to the neighborhood, and thus on the north side, that's what it's become accepted as. And I think if they could go up to 60 feet under the current zone, that's a pretty appropriate transition to the neighboring RMF 35. Whereas 75 feet in a core zone, that's a tougher sell to me for compatibility to an RMF 35 zone that is occurring directly to the north. And so for that reason, I'm not in favor of a positive recommendation because I don't think it's meeting the Central City Community Master Plan, and it's not compatible. And I think they could probably, I don't remember what got approved that they didn't build, but I'm sure under the current zone, they have a lot of opportunities to develop something that is 6 stories high and should be able to meet those needs and then still provide a pretty decent transition to what's occurring north.
So one other question I had, I think a couple of the public comments brought up, is this a spot rezone? And I do understand the sort of incentives. I'm a professor. I almost never grant a grade change, even if I think the grader made a mistake, because the incentives become really, perverse. And I do worry a little bit that I think we may be seeing a lot of, like, nobody's building these projects right now. We're getting these rezone requests because I think people think they can get through rezones because they know we're relatively pro-housing right now. And I'm a little worried about the incentives. Maybe staff can, or other commissioners can talk about whether this is a spot rezone, because I do worry a little bit about that, especially when it's not. I don't have a strong view on this particular rezone, but it doesn't compel me. It doesn't, scream, we desperately need this. Maybe staff or other commissioners can talk about whether this is a spot rezone.
I don't consider this a spot rezone as much as I just consider it an inappropriate rezone, because I think that there's been some consideration for why this is a transitional versus a core zone. And I don't see any reason to override that because of the developers ask here in this particular instance. It's really, in my opinion, not consistent with the central community plan or the other local neighborhood plans, although almost anything that is housing is consistent with housing Salt Lake, so with Plan Salt Lake, but this will still be housing no matter what we do. So I am I think that from the standpoint of spot zoning, when you put a little one thing in the middle of a giant neighborhood, that's considered spot zoning. This is more in the nature of a kind of gradual zoning, but I think the graduated zoning is just the point here, as a matter of fact. Here we would be building 60 feet versus maybe 90 feet. So that's a pretty big jump. And I say 90 feet because it would be sort of allowed. Now, given if the housing overlay passes, they may actually be able to go higher anyway. Because but then they would at least be having some affordable housing as part of it. So so I'm in the mood. I'm in a sort of situation where I'm ready to vote for not doing this.
I would like to jump in and give the applicant a brief moment to respond. Given the time, I would ask that it be kept brief.
It will be just a couple points. Just of note, the house's fate does not rest upon this rezone. Just so everybody's super clear about that. The second thing is that the maintaining the integrity of the neighborhoods in that we were looking at, like, you cannot build that fourplex where it is currently. We looked at how that fourplex and how close it is to both 800 East and to Linden, which is part of the charm of Linden, is that density that goes along there with those brick structures. You will lose that. And if you do anything with RMF 35, you will get something that is actually, in my opinion, degrades the fabric that is along there. And that is what we were looking at, part of what we were looking at. Totally understand the other conversation, but we were looking at it from keeping the density to the south, keeping the neighborhood to the north.
If I could just pop in, and I want to answer one question. I don't consider this to be straight up spot zoning, as Commissioner Scheer brought up. I was on that plan group in 2012. We did our best, and I appreciate all the comments from the commissioners both ways on that. But I've also been working on historic preservation and care very much about Central City Local Historic District and all of our local historic districts that we have that have endured an immense amount of pressure for housing. And the development community is pretty clear it has to go somewhere. I'm not necessarily saying that you have to go either way, but do appreciate that you have a local historic district running from South Temple to Liberty Park, from 5th to 7th, and the newly adopted housing policy, just trying to be holistic with really calls for increasing those density limits. So we did something in 2012. It doesn't, it's up to you and the council to have these discussions. And then I'll leave it there.
Two of the quick points and I'll get out of the way. One, all the units are market rate. They are all at market rate, just so you're aware right now. And two, the owner actually purchased those homes, the duplex and the single family residence, in the state that it currently is in. So it was not demolition by neglect, at least on their part.
Last thing that I hear the neighbors, and it does seem like this level of density. I hear 100% what Ms. Octay is saying, that you have to put the density, we have to have more housing. That is unquestionable. It seems like we're not sort of dispersing it evenly throughout the city, and not even through sort of there's these historic districts. It's incredibly hard to redevelop them. And it does seem like, I feel sort of unfortunate for the neighbors. At the same time, I know we have to put I guess I'd rather see sixplexes everywhere than 80-foot buildings, or four. Yeah, I guess that's sort of my preference. If I could choose the development pattern anew, that would be the development pattern I'd choose. That's not an option right now. We have to add housing. So I don't know how you resolve these issues in terms of where you put the housing.
I think there's a couple things for me that seem odd about this and that resonate with me. I only live about 4 blocks away from this. And I do think it's kind of this expansion of what you would see further west on 4th South. And there's literally nothing else on this corner that would have this size or scale. So in my mind, I think, well, if we allow this, then everything's going to get bought up there and be the same as that. And I get that we need more housing too. I mean, I think it's a problem, but I don't know that zoning a little bit at a time is the answer to that. And this zoning of this 3-foot strip on one parcel, I get maybe that was the only solution there, but why not? I don't, maybe I don't, obviously I don't get it. Like that is just really odd to me. So if, even though it's commonly owned now, say that parcel was sold off and it's going to have 3 feet zoned one way and the rest of it zoned another, I don't understand why that decision was made. So maybe someone can explain that to me for sure.
I'd be happy to, but I think people are ready to be done. So it really comes down to like adding modulation to the facade and not having a blank wall on that north side. And we compressed things as much as we could that we felt was rational. And we would look at a lot line amendment that would actually just square things up. It would actually probably all go into a single lot with where we would consolidate the properties and then put a restriction on above grade development on that north side to protect that airspace from future development. So that if somebody were to buy it in the future, they couldn't come in and say, hey, this is all UNC and then build above. So that was part of the conversation.
Okay, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna make a motion to see what you guys think. I'm gonna start with the general plan amendment. Based on the information presented and the discussion, I move that the commission forward a negative recommendation to the city council for this general plan amendment for the following reason. Higher density transit-oriented development will not align with the central community future land use map.
A second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Burrows and a second by Commissioner Scheer. Any discussion to the motion? We'll go ahead and take a vote. Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Bitten.
No.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
Yes.
Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Gent.
No.
And the chair will also vote no. That forwards a negative recommendation to the city council on a vote of 5 yes and 3 no.
Okay. Let's do the zoning map amendment. Based on the information presented and the discussion, I move that the commission forward a negative recommendation to the city council for this zoning map amendment for the following reasons. Consideration number 3, I think is not supported because the extent to which the proposed map amendment will affect the adjacent properties is significant. And consideration number 2, I think, is not met because the existing zoning allows for density, enough density that the development potential of vacant commercial property is there, enough density for the adjacent transit. That was my try.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion from Commissioner Burrows and a second from Commissioner Tuttle. Any discussion to the motion? We'll go ahead and vote. Commissioner Bitten.
No.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
Yes.
Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Gent.
No.
And the chair will also vote no. That forwards a negative recommendation to the city council on a vote of 5 yes and 3 no. And that concludes all the items, but we do have a commissioner who's requested personal privilege briefly at the end of this meeting. So we will turn this over to Commissioner Bitton for a moment.
I will be very brief. On Monday, I submitted my resignation from the Planning Commission. When I accepted the appointment, originally, I did not understand that it would essentially prohibit me from serving on the community council as well. And so as a result of that, I feel that I've made too many commitments as the chair of the community council to be able to step away from that at this point. I've got interns and different things, and as sad as I am to leave, I'm grateful for the opportunity. And my last day will be November 30th. So I'm sticking through so we can have this special meeting that we were just called to, but I'll be stepping away as of November 30th.
Thank you, Commissioner Bitton. We will miss you, but at least we have you for November. And with that, if there's no further business, we will go ahead and adjourn. And thanks to everyone for sticking it out for almost 5 hours.
Thank you.
Woohoo! Thank you.